reborn and living with a sexy goddess. Life is full of unexpected twists, and for Mu Chen, an ordinary man, one such twist hurled him into another world. Before he could even process the shock, his stunning landlady was already trying to kick him out. That is, until Mu Chen sang a song. With the cultural heritage of Earth backing him and the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, Mu Chen began to live a life of freedom and indulgence. Chapter 1, Is This Still Me? Lin Hai City. In a small apartment, Mu Chen suddenly jolted upright in bed. He gasped for air, clutching his head with a trembling hand. Confusion, bewilderment emotions flooded his chest. He looked around. Where was this? A bedroom, full of life-esque clutter. The desk was littered with empty liquor bottles, messy, filthy. What kind of hospital was this? Was it the enemy who hated him so much they sent him to a place like this? If this place could actually treat injuries, he'd eat his own socks. By all logic, his head should be been wrapped up like a mummy, but right now it felt clean and perfectly fine. After all, he'd been seriously injured. Some lunatic with zero moral compass had tossed a cleaver from a 20-something story building, and it just happened to hit him right in the head. Did he have an unusually hard skull or something? Was he invulnerable now? Full of doubt, Mu Chen got out of bed and wandered around the room. The apartment wasn't too big, 2 bedrooms and a living room. The decor was simple, but cozy. He tilted his head, eyes sweeping over the decorations until they landed on something that made his pupils shrink. Wait a second. Is that me? He stared into the mirror, dumbstruck. Handsome. That was his first impression of the reflection. He stroked the stubble on his chin in stunned silence. That wasn't him. He turned this way and that, looked again and again. The mirror showed a stranger. His heart started pounding wildly. His mind raced. He might be a guy in his 20s, but this was still creepy as hell. In a panic, he sprinted back to the bedroom, dove under the blanket, and began chanting the Diamond Sutra like his life depended on it. But after just a few lines, a searing pain shot through his brain. A torrent of foreign memories flooded in like a tidal wave. Heaven have mercy, his single-core brain couldn't take the overload. His body trembled violently before everything went dark and he passed out with a thud. A long time later, Mu Chen woke up, drenched in sweat. He tossed off the blanket and slowly lifted his head, his face a cocktail of emotions. The newly implanted memories told him loud and clear, this wasn't some weird hallucination. He had transmigrated. He looked at the modern room around him and sighed deeply. So this was goodbye to Earth for good. Sure, there was still a computer and smartphone on the desk, but according to his memories, this was now a planet called Dylan Star. A world with no swords or sorcery. Ghost stories were dismissed here as mere superstition. It was a world much like Earth in terms of technology, but the historical path it followed was completely different. And just like on Earth, wherever there are people, there is conflict. The country he now lived in was called Xia, a powerful and vast nation. Few dared to provoke it. As for his current identity? A shut-in. He made a living by leveling up characters in games for others. The body's original owner had lost his parents long ago and had no relatives to rely on. Mu Chen had no idea how that guy died, or how he ended up taking over his body. Still, getting a second shot at life, Mu Chen felt like maybe, just maybe, the heavens weren't completely heartless. But then again, couldn't they have given him a better starting point? He sighed again. Life had to go on, after all. May as well stick to what he knew. Mu Chen wasn't particularly talented. Back on Earth, he was just another overworked factory drone. In this world, his predecessor was no better off, no skills, no connections. If he had to survive by power leveling games, well, that might be a problem. He glanced at the wall clock, it was just past 11 a.m. Slapping his thighs, he decided to take a walk outside. But before he could move, something clicked in his mind. He froze. Wait. He was forgetting something major. Thank you, all you celestial beings. Mu Chen suddenly shouted and leapt into the air. He was right. Whether it was because of his 2 lifetimes or something else, his memory was now insanely sharp. All it took was a thought, and memories from Earth began neatly arranging themselves in his head like loaded documents. Back on Earth, all he did outside of work was read novels and watch movies. Now, he could recall them down to the exact punctuation marks. With this golden mine in his head, as long as he became a transcription worker, he'd be flying high in no time. Feeling optimistic, Mu Chen even started humming a little tune. Click! The door suddenly opened. Mu Chen jumped in shock. Searching the original owner's memories, he couldn't think of anyone else who had the keys. He rushed out of the bedroom. Not that there was much to steal in here, but losing stuff right after transmigrating? Not a great omen. As he reached the living room, his eyes widened. There stood a stunning woman with delicate features, long legs, and casual clothes. She was pulling a huge suitcase behind her. Her eyebrows knit together as she glared at him. Her voice, clear and crisp, cut through the air. "You're still here?" "Oh." Mu Chen was caught off guard. He hadn't been in this world for more than an hour, and already a drop-dead gorgeous woman was standing in front of him, clearly trying to evict him. Smack! He slapped his forehead in frustration. Curse the original owner. Now he remembered he was being kicked out today. The deadline was up. According to his memory, this beauty of a landlady was named Suqingxue, and apparently, she was some kind of minor celebrity. HMPH. Suqingxue scoffed coldly when he didn't respond. Her eyes were full of irritation. The sound snapped Mu Chen back to reality. He realized he'd been staring at her like a creep. Not cool. He quickly forced a smile, bowing and nodding. "Ms. Landlady, maybe you could give me just a few more days. I promise I'll move out as soon as I find a new place." Suqingxue raised an eyebrow. Seeing his pitiful smile, her heart softened a little. She had been through the struggles of renting before. She knew finding a good, affordable place wasn't easy. She shot him a glance, sighed helplessly, then dragged her suitcase into the master bedroom and slammed the door shut. Mu Chen exhaled deeply, as if a great weight had lifted from his chest. She might look delicate, but she carried the pressure of a mountain. It was hard to breathe around her. "Sometimes, you really do have to bow your head under someone else's roof," he muttered. Looks like he'd better hurry up and start copying those Earth novels to make some money. Chapter 2, Setting the House Rules. No more stalling, get to work so he can earn money sooner and firmly establish himself in this world. Suddenly, a narrow gap opened in the master bedroom door, and a sheet of paper floated out from inside. What's this supposed to mean? Mu Chen was puzzled. He quickly walked over and picked it up. House rules. Reading the words printed on it, Mu Chen couldn't help but read them aloud. First, no inviting freeloaders over. Second, no interfering in each other's private lives. Third, no littering. Fourth, except for the common areas, the kitchen, living room, and bathroom, you are not allowed to enter each other's rooms. Fifth, you are responsible for cleaning the common areas. Sixth, the landlady may add additional clauses at any time. This wasn't three rules at all. Seeing the dated signature and the formality of the terms, Mu Chen took a deep breath and suppressed his annoyance. Holding the paper, he returned to his own room, grabbed a pen, and scribbled his name at the designated spot. What a hassle, he mumbled to himself. Mimicking the landlady's manner, he slid the paper back out through the door crack. To be fair, Mu Chen could understand the landlady's point of view. After all, she was a pretty, delicate young woman sharing a space with a grown man. It wasn't unreasonable for her to be cautious. Still, being at someone else's mercy made him feel uneasy. His only vice was smoking. Aside from that, he considered himself a pretty decent young man. Recalling the landlady's icy expression earlier, Mu Chen made a silent vow that he would make something of himself in this world. He had an unfair advantage in external aid, so he wasn't worried about succeeding. Opening the computer in his room, he searched for local novel websites. Soon enough, he landed on a site called Fengyun Chinese Network. From online reviews, this novel site was the industry leader in this world, where countless aspiring authors strove to achieve literary greatness, far surpassing any competitors. Since he planned to republish or migrate novels, Mu Chen needed to understand the style of this world's novel industry. He browsed through the top 10 rankings. Something's off. The more he read, the more his brows furrowed. It wasn't that he despised the local authors. Their writing skills were decent, but compared to the novels on Earth, these works were simply garbage. Why were novels in this world still stuck at such a primitive level? The writing was serviceable, yet utterly devoid of creativity and imagination. Mu Chen chuckled to himself and thought, I guess this is the perfect time for me to start writing my own work. With a plan forming in his mind, he quickly registered as an author on the website. He chose an odd pen name, a black flower, since many online novelists favored eccentric usernames for reasons no one really understood nowadays. With his hands poised over the keyboard, he clacked out 2 words on the screen: Zhuxian. He began copying the original text of Zhuxian directly from his memory. The novel's storyline, its heart-wrenching romance, the tragic fate of Zhang Xiaofan, the tortured love between Bai Yao and the obsessive affection of Lu Zueki had the power to move anyone. He was convinced that with this novel, he could skyrocket to fame in this new world. Tick, tock, tick, tock. The wall clock ticked steadily, as time passed by silently. Throughout the day, the clatter of keys filled the room. Mu Chen worked on transcribing until around 7 in the evening. He stretched his tired arms, glanced at the word count on the screen, and felt a surge of satisfaction. Meanwhile, ever since Su Qingxue had tossed the house rules paper through the door crack, she had been sulking in her room. With looks and figure that could rival any celebrity, she had excelled academically as well. After graduation, she participated in a talent show and was scouted by a major entertainment company, quickly rising to become one of their artists. With her looks and vocal talent, she once enjoyed a period of phenomenal popularity. Originally, it looked as though she would soon become a second-tier star, but as the company's interest in her singing career waned, they sought to rebrand her into a sultry image artist, merely a pretty face to exploit. Refusing to be turned into a mere money-making tool, Su Qingxue rebelled. She refused to follow their orders, she only wanted to sing. Her open defiance angered the high-ups to the point that she was sidelined and eventually abandoned. Fortunately, she had bought a small apartment years ago, a humble refuge that, although somewhat remote, exuded warmth. Suddenly, Su Qingxue snorted, her delicate nose crinkling with displeasure, and a whiff of fragrant perfume drifted on the air. Grumble. Her stomach began to growl uncontrollably. Lately, with so many worries on her mind, she hadn't enjoyed a proper meal in ages. Opening the bedroom door, she crept out quietly, only to find Mu Chen busy in the kitchen. Just as Mu Chen was plating some food, he spun around to see Su Qingxue standing at the doorway, her eyes fixed longingly on the dish. "Would you like to eat some?" Mu Chen had prepared enough for 2. He was keen to please the strikingly beautiful landlady. Su Qingxue swallowed nervously. Part of her wanted to refuse, yet her stomach insisted otherwise. But then she remembered the house rules: no interference in each other's lives. If she accepted his food now, wouldn't that void the agreement? With a graceful tilt of her head, exposing her fair, graceful neck, she let out an indignant little snort. With a sharp bang, she closed the door once more. Mu Chen found himself left with a closed door, and though he felt a pang of disappointment, he couldn't help but smile. After all, he wasn't exactly in a position to be angry. If she won't to eat, I'll eat it myself, he thought. Not one to seek needless confrontation, he finished his meal and planned to get back to transcribing his novel later. Delicious. That meal, his first in this new world, might not have been lavish, but Mu Chen managed to finish both portions. With his belly satisfied, he patted himself and got down to business. After cleaning up, he fetched a pack of instant noodles from his room and placed it on the dining table, a modest gesture of goodwill toward the landlady. Back at his author account dashboard, his transcribed Zhuxian had passed the review, and a few bot accounts were already leaving promotional comments in the review section. A spark of inspiration lit his mind. With his hands dancing over the keyboard, he resumed typing, updating his work while envisioning a blissful future. The first day after transmigration is almost over. By around 11 in the evening, Mu Chen surveyed the screen filled with text. Satisfied, he nodded to himself. A subtle change of mindset stirred within him. On Earth, he'd been 28 years old. Here, he was in the body of a 22-year-old. Not all aspects of transmigration were negative. Chapter 3: Awkward. No words were spoken that night. The first day of the time travel life passed very mediocrely. In the morning, after Mu Chen finished washing up, he looked at the instant noodles in the trash can, smiled bitterly and shook his head. This girl is so arrogant that she would rather eat instant noodles than the meal he cooked. Mu Chen came here not to be a bootlicker, so he didn't bother to pay attention to her. He went into the kitchen to make himself a breakfast, ate it all in one go, and took out a bucket of instant noodles from the house and put it on the table. After solving his personal problems, he didn't plan to go out for a walk. He had a similar personality to the original owner and was also otaku. Now that he had the opportunity to write novels, he could be otaku with a clear conscience. As soon as I entered the house, I saw that the door of the master bedroom was open. Su Qingxue was wearing a cute pajamas with her hair draped over her back. Although she hadn't done her makeup, she still looked good. Mu Chen secretly praised her in his heart and quickly closed the door. He didn't know what expression to use to face her, and was afraid of being rejected again. Su Qingxue had no idea what he was thinking. She went to wash up on her own, then took a towel and stared blankly at the instant noodles on the dining table. Mean. Su Qingxue glared at the door of the second bedroom and cursed inwardly. No wonder his last name was Mu, he was really a blockhead. He didn't know what was good for him, he only cared about cooking for himself. Mu Chen had no idea what the beautiful landlord was thinking. He just didn't want to be a bootlicker. After all, it would be unpleasant to be rejected. He lay on the bed and planned to take a nap. Such a leisurely life could not be enjoyed on earth. The meeting is adjourned. As the meeting was adjourned, more than a dozen people walked out of the meeting room of Fengyun Chinese website, talking and laughing. Chen Feng walked in the back and looked out of place. He was a newly hired editor and was originally full of joy, but once he really started, all the novels he signed failed. Today is nominally a meeting, but in fact it is more like a criticism meeting. I don't know what's going on, but the authors under him have stopped updating, some have stopped updating, and those who can persist cannot produce any results. It's so fucking weird. I got a scolding from my boss today, and I'm starting to doubt whether I can continue to make a living as a web editor. Forget it, let's just fool around. Chen Feng sat in front of the computer, sighed, and started today's work. I thought to myself that if I really couldn't achieve any results, I should just change jobs. He opened the editor's backend and reviewed the manuscripts one by one. Although he was a new editor, his review speed was still very fast. Since he had signed too many failed novels in the past, he was extra strict in reviewing the manuscripts this time, which directly resulted in him not reviewing any of the novels today. Chen Feng's mentality exploded, and he gave up and picked a new author he liked and sent him a contract invitation. Anyway, the authors he signed were either failures or flops, and there were few who even managed to get by with full attendance. Crackle. Mu Chen was in the second bedroom, holding a cigarette, his hands dancing on the keyboard. He was now somewhat fond of this job. After uploading all the coded chapters, I was just about to stretch when I heard a ding-dong sound and a red one popped up in the author's background. Hello, your work can be signed. Please click to fill in the information and sign the contract. Looking at this message, Mu Chen chuckled. This was expected. After all, Earth's culture was not given for free. But what Mu Chen could never have imagined was that his signing was just a matter of luck. It was all based on luck. It was his editor's mentality went haywire. He just randomly picked someone he liked and signed the contract. I clicked on the contract, filled in my identity information, and took a general look at the contents of the contract. I'm a little speechless. It seems that no matter where you go, the platform is still powerful. There are so many clauses and regulations, and there are basically very few that are beneficial to the authors. Click submit. As a new author, there are some things that he doesn't like, but he can't do anything about it. Most people go through this, just go with the flow, and he is very satisfied with the present. I looked at the clock on the wall and it was time to make lunch. I stretched my stiff body, opened the door, and prepared to cook. I first cleaned up the instant noodle bucket on the table and complained about the landlord in my heart. It seems that this beautiful landlord can't cook and just ate instant noodles. I opened the refrigerator and took out some ingredients, then walked into the kitchen. The ingredients were all bought by the original owner. Because the original owner was a big otaku, the ingredients in the refrigerator could last for several days, which was a lot more convenient. If you suddenly sneeze, it must be because I am thinking of you. If I am woken up by my phone in the middle of the night, it is because I care about you. I often wonder if you have ulterior motives in what you say. I really want to believe it, but I can't help but doubt that it's in your heart. Am I the only one who loves you? I am always bothering you. Mu Chen was in a good mood. He cooked and sang at the same time. On Earth, he was single and after get off work he was bored, so he learned to cook for himself. He just treated it as a pleasure. Mu Chen was busy cooking in the kitchen, but she didn't know that Su Qingxue was looking at her in surprise, her rosy little mouth slightly open, and she picked up her phone and quickly entered the song that Mu Chen sang into the search engine. Looking at the completely unmatched search information on the phone, his pupils gradually dilated. This is a new song. She has been in the music industry for so long, but she has never known that this style of song is sweet but not greasy, fresh and unconventional. Bang! Mu Chen turned around and saw the beautiful landlord standing there blankly, looking at him with a look of surprise. He was startled and his hand became unsteady, and he dropped a plate. Embarrassing, so embarrassing. Mu Chen's face flushed. He was so happy that he forgot that there was another person in the house. He was a grown man, singing such a sweet song, and was discovered by a pretty girl. His character must have collapsed in the landlord's heart. Hi. Mu Chen waved his hand at the landlord with an embarrassed look on his face. Want to eat together? Originally, Mu Chen wanted to ease his current embarrassment, but he didn't expect that the landlord nodded, moved his red lips slightly, and hummed softly. This time it was Mu Chen's turn to be surprised. He couldn't have expected that the beautiful landlord would actually agree. He was just being polite. I couldn't help laughing in my heart, a little confused. Could it be that the landlord has changed his temper? After putting the food on the table, the two of them sat at opposite ends of the table, somewhat clearly separated. Tasty. As soon as Su Qingxue took a bite of the food, his first impression was that it was delicious. He didn't expect that he was such a good cook. He didn't know if it was because he had eaten too much instant noodles recently. The two of them ate quietly. Although the atmosphere was a little awkward, Su Qingxue felt a warm feeling in her heart. That song you sang just now. Su Qingxue couldn't help it and asked first. She was so curious that it was not easy for her to wait until now to ask. Her dream of becoming a singer has always been her pursuit. This year, there are new singers, which is her second chance. She wants to buy the song that Mu Chen just sang, and she also wants to ask him who the author of the song is. Chapter 4. Why? Looking at the delicate landlord in front of him, with a pair of big watery eyes staring at him intently, Mu Chen smiled jokingly, and had some guesses in his mind. He ate 2 bites of the food leisurely, feeling mischievous, and decided to tease this arrogant landlord. Want to know? Clear the dishes. Mu Chen said nonchalantly with a wicked smile on his face, pushing the empty bowl in front of him onto the table and leaning back in his chair. It's hard, the fist is hard. Su Qingxue clenched her fists, her chest heaving. It was no problem for her to clean up the dishes, after all, she was grateful for the favor. However, Mu Chen's attitude still made her furious. I comforted myself for a long time, thinking that it was because I needed help from others, so I just had to bear it. Mu Chen heard an angry snort, and then saw the beautiful landlord, pouting her lips and cleaning the dishes on the table with her hands. Bang, snap, bang. Hearing the clanging sound, Mu Chen was startled. He narrowed his eyes and quickly adjusted his sitting posture, with his legs positioned as if he could run at any time. He was afraid that the dishes and chopsticks on the table would fly towards his face. In his previous life, he was killed by a kitchen knife flying from upstairs. Now he had some psychological trauma about things in the kitchen. I felt a little regretful in my heart. I just had nothing to do, so why did I tease the arrogant little landlord? Listening to the noise in the kitchen, Mu Chen felt a little embarrassed. He saw that this coquettish landlord was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Otherwise, how could a grown man like him sit in the room peacefully? He would have been driven away long ago. What a blockhead, no wonder his surname is Mu. She didn't ask for his song for free, she was going to pay for it. In the kitchen, Su Qingxue was washing the dishes with gritted teeth, as if she treated these dishes as someone. After a while. After cleaning up the kitchen, Su Qingxue pursed her lips, her wet hands hanging at her waist, and rolled her bright eyes at Mu Chen. You can tell me now. Ever since Su Qingxue started to clean up the dishes, Mu Chen had been on the defensive, not moving. When he saw her coming out of the kitchen, and no dishes flew towards him, he breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them sat facing each other, with a lost chopstick lying across the middle of the table, giving it a sense of the Chu River and Han River boundary. No. When Su Qingxue heard the word Mu Chen, her eyes suddenly turned red, and she clenched her fists tightly. For no reason, a huge feeling of grievance burst out from her heart. She didn't feel such a great grievance even when she was hidden by the company. Her nose felt sore, her eyes welled up with tears, and she bit her rosy lips with her pearly teeth, trying hard not to let the tears fall. I wrote. Mu Chen's voice was so loud that he suddenly jumped up from the chair, ran to the bedroom in a few steps, and leaned against the door with his chest heaving violently. I slapped her in the face and cursed myself for not learning my lesson. Why did I keep teasing her? She was almost crying. I don't know what's going on, but whenever I see the landlord, I feel like playing pranks on her. I quietly opened the door a crack and saw Su Qingxue sitting there in a daze, sobbing. It was obvious that she had not yet recovered from her emotions. He shrank his head guiltily, closed the door, and began to rummage through the drawers for paper and pen, preparing to write down the lyrics first. At the dining table in the small living room, Su Qingxue sobbed twice, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, sat there for a long time, and suddenly burst into laughter. No one knew what she was thinking. Bang! The sound of the door opening was heard. Su Qingxue quickly adjusted her mentality and pretended nothing had happened. Mu Chen smiled slightly. Although he still felt a little guilty, he still found it somewhat amusing to see the landlord's forced expression. Holding a folded paper in his hand and fanning himself gently, he slowly walked over to sit down opposite the landlord. Neither of them spoke, they just stared at each other silently. Mu Chen didn't say anything because he felt guilty. After all, he had made the landlord cry. Su Qingxue didn't speak because she was afraid that he would find out that she had cried. If she were to speak now, she would definitely cry. However, her current appearance proved that she was overthinking. Her eyes were red now, and anyone would know that she had cried. The sunlight shining in from the window covered Su Qingxue with a layer of golden glow. Her fair skin, pretty face, red eyes, tightly pursed lips, and occasional slight sobs made her look extremely pitiful, making people want to hold her in their arms and comfort her. Mu Chen was stunned for a moment, and he didn't even fan the paper in his hand. Snort! Su Qingxue glanced at him, snorted coldly, and lowered her head silently. Realizing that his behavior was inappropriate, Mu Chen blushed, and slapped the paper on the table as if nothing had happened and said, "Here, this is it." In a trance, Mu Chen saw the landlord's eyes light up. Su Qingxue held the piece of paper full of lyrics in her hands. Her rosy lips moved slightly, and she sang softly, imitating the tune that Mu Chen had just sung. Nice. Good song. She stood up excitedly, pondering the lyrics over and over again. Although the living room was not big, Su Qingxue still turned around several times unconsciously. Discovering a good song is a happy thing. Since her debut, she has always covered other people's songs and has never been the first to sing a song herself. She lacks a representative work of her own. But now, looking at the man in front of her, Su Qingxue was a little unsure. She looked at Mu Chen carefully and asked uncertainly, "Did you write this?" Or. The voice is soft and tender, no longer having that cold feeling. Cheer up. Mu Chen now felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He exhaled deeply and complained in his heart, "No matter how arrogant you are, you still have to submit to Earth culture." He crossed his legs, picked up the chopsticks on the dining table, and tapped them gently. "I wrote it." Mu Chen was now completely embarrassed. Anyway, no one in this world would sue him for plagiarism. "Then can you sing it again?" Su Qingxue stared at him with burning eyes and said in a pleading tone. "What?" Mu Chen was stunned for a moment. He was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect her to suddenly make such a request. It wasn't that he couldn't sing, but it was really too embarrassing to sing this song in front of girls. Also, when he sang this song, his body always moved unconsciously. He immediately shook his head like a rattle. If he sang this, his character would be ruined. He would not sing it. And the beautiful landlord did not put herself in the right position. "I am just an ordinary tenant. I wrote the lyrics for her just because of her landlord's status. And she wants me to sing for her? She is asking for more. Why?" Mu Chen chuckled and looked at the somewhat excited landlord in front of him with some joking. Chapter 5 Falling from the Sky. Looking at Mu Chen's teasing eyes, Su Qingxue was so angry that her teeth itched. She clenched her fists tightly, wishing she could punch him in the face. I opened my mouth, but in the end I couldn't say anything. Ding-a-ling! The sudden ringing of a cell phone broke the silence between the two. He took out the phone from his pocket and pressed the answer button. Chen Dan. Her agent. He glanced at Mu Chen aggrievedly, then stood up silently and walked back to his room. "Xiaoxue, this is difficult. I have contacted several well-known songwriters, but they all said they don't have time." Su Qingxue had just put the phone to her ear and hadn't said anything when she heard an urgent voice coming from the phone. Su Qingxue was silent for a while and said lightly, I have a composer here. What? Chen Dan on the other end of the phone was startled, and Su Qingxue was frightened by their voice, so she quickly moved the phone away. The one you were looking for. How did you find it? Chen Dan asked anxiously on the phone. You know, she had really worn out her tongue in order to find a songwriter. She had begged and pleaded with everyone, but no one dared to agree to write a song for Su Qingxue. You know, Su Qingxue didn't break up with the company peacefully, she was hidden. Yuanfang Entertainment has never been a good person, and all kinds of means have emerged one after another. They will never give up until they achieve their goals. I didn't find it. It fell from the sky. Su Qingxue pouted and muttered angrily. Chen Dan was stunned on the other end of the phone. What fell from the sky? The lyricist and composer fell from the sky. She prayed in her heart that she would not do anything stupid. After all, there were many people in the circle who sold themselves in exchange for resources. Wait at home, I'll be there soon. Chen Dan lost his composure and hung up the phone in a hurry. Su Qingxue held the phone, somewhat confused, and blinked blankly with her big eyes. She opened the door a crack and glanced towards the living room. Mu Chen was no longer there, and the small dining table was gone. It was obvious that he had packed up and returned to his room while she was on the phone. Mu Chen sat in front of the computer with an unlit cigarette in his mouth, slouching and a smile on his face. The data is good. Looking at the recommendation votes and collections, the number of clicks is increasing like crazy with every refresh. There are all kinds of opinions and requests for updates in the comments section. For a new author like him, this kind of result can definitely be called an overnight success on Fengyan Novel Network. Following this trend, even if you can't become a great online writer, you will at least be a top author. However, there is a question that makes Mu Chen a little confused, because many people in the book review area said that they couldn't understand it. Many people are arguing in the comments section about what genre his novels should be classified into. Mu Chen frowned and muttered, "What's so hard to understand about fantasy? Are the people in this world so stupid?" I opened Fengyan Chinese website and read the top 10 works in each category one by one. An hour later, Mu Chen was stunned. Although he knew that the level of online literature in this world was too low, it couldn't be that low. No wonder some people say they can't understand it. He found that the online novels in this world don't have the concept of fantasy and cultivation. The setting of fairy tales plus flying, and martial arts plus treasures, netizens still call it fantasy and are powerless to complain. He exhaled a long sigh, thinking that it seems he has a long way to go in promoting the development of online literature in this world. He typed out a few more chapters quickly. Although the book reviews were mixed, Mu Chen believed that as long as he uploaded all the novels, the results would definitely not be bad. I opened the author's backend with ease, uploaded it successfully, and soon 7 or 8 messages popped up on the screen. Book friend Xing Feng, reward 100 Fengyun coins. The king of book friends reading books, reward 150 Fengyun coins. The information passed by quickly, and Mu Chen only saw 2 of them clearly. Before he could react, they faded away quickly. There were 7 or 8 trainee fans on the fan list, hanging on it. He now has his own fans, and he proudly put his legs on the table, with the 2 front legs of the chair off the ground, swaying as he hummed a song. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a sound of urgent banging on the door outside. Mu Chen in the room was startled and trembled. The chair, which was only supported by its 2 hind legs, lost its balance and fell backwards. R. He stood up cursing, wondering what the landlord was doing, leaving without taking the key. He opened the door and muttered to himself, "Huh." Mu Chen was stunned for a moment, he misunderstood. The landlord didn't go out, and the 2 of them nodded to each other awkwardly. Looking at the landlord who was about to open the door, they made a gesture of invitation. They definitely weren't here to look for him. He had only been here for a few days. The original owner had already paid the water, electricity, and property fees. Besides, even if they were here to collect the fees, they wouldn't break down the door. Since they are not here to find me, then it is definitely none of my business. It just so happened that he had nothing to do today, and the novel had already been updated, so he was not in the mood to continue writing. He had not left the house since he came here. I followed the landlord silently, planning to go out for a walk today and leave some space for the landlord and her friend. Crack. As soon as the door opened, Mu Chen looked towards the door and saw a woman in her 30s standing at the door. She was wearing a smart women's suit and a pair of glasses, and she was looking at him in amazement. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me? Mu Chen moved carefully, avoiding the landlord and the dumbfounded woman at the door. As Mu Chen just walked out of the door, the middle-aged woman reacted, walked into their house, suddenly pulled the landlord over, and slammed the door angrily. Confused and full of doubts, this is how Mu Chen feels now. He didn't do anything. Why did this woman look like she saw a hooligan? The look in his eyes is not right. Mu Chen scratched his head, looking back every few steps, and couldn't think of any reason. In the room, Chen Dan angrily poked Su Qingshue's forehead with his hand and said angrily, "What does this man do? What is he doing in your house?" "Tenant." "Tenant? Didn't I tell you to kick him out? Why are you still here?" Chen Dan knew that she had rented out the house, but that was in the past and she basically couldn't live in this house. Now things are different. "Are you going to live with this guy forever? Let him go." Su Qingshue's pretty face turned red, she rolled her eyes and glared at Chen Dan. "What do you mean by cohabitation? What nonsense! Isn't this called living together?" Chen Dan slapped his forehead and felt a headache. Su Qingxue is good in every way except that she is not hard-hearted and does not know how to refuse. As long as others say a few words in a humble manner, she will agree to anything. All right, I'll chase him away for you." Chen Dan waved his hands helplessly. Chen Dan was thinking about Su Qingxue. Given her current situation, she really couldn't afford to have gossip about her living with someone else. Although being black and red is still red, if that really happened, she could just follow the company's arrangements, wear revealing clothes, and become a porn star. Chapter 6: 3 Shocks in One Day. "We can't drive them away," Su Qingxue said seriously, word by word. "What?" Chen Dan frowned and was about to poke her hard a few more times with her fingers, but just as she raised her hand. "Here's the song." Su Qingxue curled her lips and complained a little, "What happened to Sister Chen today? She likes to poke people with her fingers, and she is very strong." Forehead. Chen Dan seemed to be choked. She mechanically took the folded paper, looked at her seriously, opened her mouth again, and asked cautiously, "You haven't been seduced, have you?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Su Qingshue's cheeks turned red instantly. She stomped her feet and slapped Chen Danxu with her tender little white hands. Chen Dan looked at her shy appearance, feeling nervous, afraid that she was being cheated. Nowadays, there are many scumbags who use many tricks, and this kind of girl who is ignorant of the world is most likely to become their target. Chen Dan held Su Qingshue's hand and said earnestly, "Xiexue, don't be stupid." Su Qingshuo sighed helplessly when she heard this, frowned, and said speechlessly, "Sister Chen, you think too much, come into the house and I will tell you in detail." Chen Dan was pulled by her into the master bedroom with a worried expression on his face. Commercial Street. Mu Chen was eating a string of candied haws while wearing a newly bought casual outfit. The stubble on his face was gone and his hair was cut. He looked quite energetic as he carried a bunch of food ingredients home. It would have been better if he didn't come out. As soon as he came out, he hadn't done anything yet and all his money was used up. It seems that no matter which world you are in, prices are high. The original owner was a homeboy who made a living by playing games for others. He updated his novels every day these days and did not do any playing. This time he spent all his money on going out. Mu Chen was feeling a little melancholy now. The novel he wrote received a lot of rewards, but he couldn't withdraw the money right away. Fengyan Chinese website pays royalties on the 15th of every month, and it's already past the deadline, so he has to wait until the 15th of next month to get the royalties. People were coming and going on the street. Some were happy, adults and children with happy smiles, while some were like him, with sad faces. He was indeed worried. He pulled out his hair strand by strand. How could he live without money? Should he borrow from the landlord? But he couldn't bring himself to do it, as he believed that he could definitely borrow the money. After spending the past 2 days together, he had already figured out the landlord's personality, a cold-faced man with a warm heart and a bit arrogant. What's more, the landlord now had something to ask of him. No trick. After finishing the last candied haws, Mu Chen arrived at the door of his house. He stuck the skewer into the food in his hand, took out the key and opened the door quietly. Be quiet. There was no one in the living room and no sound in the room. Mu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Although he wanted to tease the landlord from time to time when facing her, he was a little nervous when the landlord really stood in front of him. He didn't know what kind of mentality he was in. He put the food in the refrigerator and quickly went into his own little room. Master bedroom. Chen Dan and Su Qingxue were stunned. They had heard Mu Chen's footsteps a long time ago. Su Qingxue's face lit up with joy and she was about to stand up. Her long hair fell down with the movement, exuding her full charm inadvertently. Chen Dan was stunned watching from the side and thought to himself, what a beauty. No wonder the company tried so hard to persuade her to be a porn star. As a woman, she could hardly bear it, let alone those other men. Why are you looking at me? Su Qingxue felt embarrassed by Chen Dan's slightly strange look. Her pretty face turned red and her bright eyes looked at her in confusion. Chen Dan pinched himself secretly, then stood up and said, I'll go with you to find him. During the time that Chen Dan and Su Qingxue were in the bedroom, they figured out the whole cause and effect. They felt relieved but also a little nervous, because some of Mu Chen's behaviors were clearly means of attracting girls' attention. She needs to take some precautions early, as these talented people are most likely to attract women's favor. Su Qingxue nodded, gathered her messy long hair, picked up the lyrics paper on the bed, opened the door, and walked to the door of the second bedroom one after the other. But when she reached the door of the second bedroom, Su Qingxue paused and fell behind Chen Dan. She was scared and looked at Chen Dan for help. Chen Dan sighed and stood helplessly at the door. He felt a little uneasy and was infected by Su Qingxue's emotions. I mustered up my courage and knocked twice on the door. Something fell inside and there was a loud noise. Chen Dan didn't understand what was going on, so he knocked his hands twice more. Crack! The door was opened a crack, and Mu Chen was bare-chested. The weather was too hot, and there was no air conditioning in his bedroom this time, so he could only take off his clothes, stick his head out from the crack in the door, and look at the two people blankly. What's up? Su Qingxue glanced casually and saw Mu Chen with his bare chest and wearing only shorts. Her face turned red and she quickly lowered her head, made a soft poo sound, and cursed him inwardly as a hooligan. Chen Dan swallowed and felt his throat a little dry. He turned around and looked at Su Qingxue, whose face was flushed. He was thinking in his mind that he must not let Su Qingxue live with him. They would see each other every day. Living with such a big guy with a great body would make even a fairy want to come down to earth to hook up with him. Mu Chen has to thank the original owner. Although the original owner is a otaku, he still exercises a lot and keeps a good amount of exercise, so he has such a figure. He just tidies up his face and hair when he goes out, and at first glance, he looks very manly. Today was really a day of 3 surprises for me. I was surprised once by the two of them living together, once by Su Qingxue's charm, and now I was surprised again looking at the man in front of me. Neither of them answered Mu Chen's question. Su Qingxue lowered her head and played with her fingers. Chen Dan was absent-minded. She made up her mind that she must supervise her husband's exercise. A breeze blew in through the window of the second bedroom. Mu Chen moved his body and felt a little itchy. Just as he was about to scratch it with his hand, he suddenly remembered something and his face turned red. He slammed the door, put on his clothes in a panic, slapped himself, and cursed himself for being crazy. How could he open the door with his bare chest and only shorts? The landlord would probably call him a jerk. Mu Chen was not afraid of being scolded for doing something wrong, but he was afraid of being driven away by the middle-aged woman. After all, the middle-aged woman looked like the landlord's elder. How could that elder be willing to let such a delicate girl live with a shirtless hooligan like him? He is definitely not a hooligan, but they don't know that he just had a brain freeze and forgot about it for a moment. He quickly put on his clothes and leaned against the door with his ears perked up, trying to listen to what the two people outside were doing. Quiet. It's as quiet as death outside the door. Chapter 7 Contract. Boom. 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 The knock on the door sounded again, and Mu Chen instantly lost his composure and showed a bitter smile on his face. Forget it, if you stick your head out, you'll get a knife. If you hide your head, you'll get a knife too. He put his hand on his chest to cheer himself up, took a deep breath, and then gently opened the door. He couldn't hide forever. Besides, he had done something that would anger God and man, so why should he be afraid of them? Mu Chen leaned against the door frame with one hand and put the other on his waist, trying hard to smile. Mu Chen felt that his expression must be very mean, but he was already in a difficult situation. If he could discuss the two women and leave, he would be lucky. What's up? Looking at the two beauties in front of him, one tall and one short, with different styles, Mu Chen asked with embarrassed eyes. Su Qingshue's cheeks turned slightly red. She lowered her head and rolled up the piece of paper with the lyrics into a barrel shape. At the same time, she secretly cursed Mu Chen in her heart for being a straight man and a blockhead. Chen Dan adjusted her glasses and frowned. She didn't have a good first impression of Mu Chen, but for Su Qingxue, she still suppressed the little uneasiness in her heart. With a professional smile on his face, he stretched out his right hand and said, "Mr. Mu, right? I do have something to discuss with you today." Her attitude stunned Mu Chen. He reached out his hand and shook her hand in a daze. He was mentally prepared to be scolded and attacked. Su Qingxue lowered her head and watched quietly with her peripheral vision. If everything went well, she would be able to get the music score. The lyrics paper in her hand made her feel at ease. She believed that this song called "Love You" was no worse than those written by other composers, and today, no matter what, she had to pry the music score out of this piece of wood. Mu Chen had no idea what Su Qingxue was thinking. He was stunned for a moment, and his mind was filled with doubts. Finally, he couldn't resist his curiosity and asked, "What is it?" These two people confused him. It didn't seem like they were trying to scare him, as they both had polite smiles on their faces. Mu Chen suddenly felt a chill on his spine and was very scared. He felt like a piece of meat being targeted by a ferocious beast. The three of them walked into the living room and sat on the sofa. Mu Chen didn't even know how he got here. Chen Dan and Su Qingxue sat together, while Mu Chen sat alone on another sofa. "I heard from Xie that you wrote this song. I want to buy it from you on her behalf." Mu Chen nodded mechanically. This was great. Just when he felt sleepy, someone gave him a pillow. He was so poor now that he didn't have a penny and was worried about it. He originally wrote this song for fun, and it was discovered by his landlord. It is a huge surprise that it can still be sold. "Here is the contract, sign it." Chen Dan never fights a battle without confidence. She always has various contracts ready in her bag. She took them out quickly while Mu Chen was still confused. He pushed the paper and pen in front of Mu Chen, held his eyes, and pouted slightly with a confident expression. "There is no problem with the contract. Chen Dan believes that Mu Chen will definitely sign it. The money she pays can be used to find a well-known songwriter." Mu Chen held the contract and looked at the two of them with some surprise. What courage! The amount written on the contract was 100,000, and the copyright was still in his hands. Mu Chen felt his heart beating violently. He signed his name tremblingly. He was just a factory worker on Earth and had never signed such a big contract. He had just signed the contract when the chill on his back became even stronger. Before he could figure out where this feeling came from, Su Qingxue quickly took the contract and signed her name on it with a look of triumph. After Su Qingxue signed, she gave Chen Dan a look and silently put the pen in front of Mu Chen. "Let us write some music." Chen Dan's expression changed, and his smiling face became a little arrogant. He crossed his hands, leaned back on the sofa, and said quite relaxedly, "What?" After hearing what Chen Dan said, Mu Chen's originally excited mood calmed down instantly. His blood ran cold and his eyes widened. He had never seen the music score before. Although he could remember clearly what he had seen in his previous life, how could he remember things he had never seen before? He had heard and seen the songs, but who could see the music score unless he was a music student? Looking at the two of them with a confused face, Mu Chen felt like he had fallen into a huge trap. I can't write lyrics." Mu Chen was now dispirited. He spoke stumblingly and lowered his head in embarrassment. It seemed that he could not earn this money anymore. Or tear up the contract. Mu Chen didn't dare to look at them now. He lowered his head and said embarrassedly, "Puff." Hearing this, Su Qingxue, who had been expressionless, suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. Mu Chen was already confused, and he became even more confused when he heard her laugh. He really couldn't understand what this woman was thinking. Chen Dan was standing by and patted Su Qingxue gently, giving her a steady look. "Then tell me what we should do. The contract must not be torn up," Chen Dan said to him in a hard tone. Mu Chen shrank his neck, feeling as if he was facing a black-hearted capitalist. He lowered his eyes and instantly lost his temper. He opened his mouth helplessly, not knowing what to say. Su Qingxue looked at him with interest, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. She was in a good mood now. Looking at Mu Chen like a child who had made a mistake, she felt some strange emotions in her heart, but she couldn't tell what they were. He shook his head at Chen Dan, signaling her to stop playing and get down to business. Did you write this song? Chen Dan rolled his eyes at Su Qingxue and asked again with a cold expression. The song was good. She had just heard Su Qingxue singing a passage from it in the master bedroom. Unfortunately, it was not complete, only a few lines. Although he only heard a few sentences, Chen Dan fell in love with it instantly. This song is so sweet and very suitable for Su Qingxue to sing, as if it was tailor-made for her. She was determined to get this song for Su Qingxue no matter what, even if it meant being the bad guy or setting a trap. Chen Dan narrowed his eyes and looked at Mu Chen quietly. His aura suddenly changed and he became like a villain. Mu Chen was a little dumbfounded. With a wry smile on his face, he said depressedly, I wrote it, but I can't write the score, believe it or not. Mu Chen has given up now. It has come to this anyway. He has no money and is alone. Why should he be afraid of the two of them? As the saying goes, those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Can these two women really kill him? Then sing it again from beginning to end. Su Qingxue's voice was soft, and her bright eyes flashed with a gleam. She looked at him expectantly with a smile. As soon as Mu Chen looked up, he instantly met the landlord's expectant gaze, and their eyes met in the air. After a long time, Mu Chen smiled at Su Qingxue for some unknown reason. Chapter 8 Social Death. Ahem. A sudden coughing sound was heard. Su Qingxue trembled as if she had been electrocuted and quickly turned her head away shyly. At the same time, she was secretly angry in her heart and cursed Mu Chen for being a hooligan. Chen Dan gave Mu Chen a reproachful look, and her impression of Mu Chen became even worse. If she didn't make any sound, this boy might have kept staring at her for who knows how long. Her job as an agent is so tough. Not only does she have to beg everyone for help to find a lyricist and composer for Xiexue, but she also has to be on guard against those who might be trying to steal her food. Logically speaking, she could just ignore this kind of artist who doesn't listen to the company's arrangements and replace him with another artist. Anyway, there are a lot of little-known stars like this in the entertainment industry. But she couldn't go unrewarded for saving her life. It was true that Su Qingxue saved Chen Dan's life. That was a few years ago. She was almost hit by a car while walking on the road due to problems at work. It was Su Qingxue who pushed her hard and she barely escaped. It was her suggestion that Su Qingxue join Yuanfang Company, but she didn't expect that the company suddenly stopped treating her like a human being and she, Su Qingxue, was cheated. Chen Dan is feeling a bit of a headache now, with too many worries. She is so anxious, but the person in charge is still stupid and doesn't even know that someone is thinking about him. In the small living room, the three people had different thoughts and there was silence for a while. Chen Dan's eyes gradually turned cold. She didn't want to tease Mu Chen anymore. That's right, in her opinion, this was just a waste of time. He refused to write lyrics when asked to do so, and refused to sing when asked to do so. It was totally shameless. The most important reason was that this guy was showing some signs of wanting her family's dry food. With a sneer, he said in a cold tone, Mr. Mu, you make it very difficult for me to do this. Do you think that just because you are single, you can use the signed contract as a toilet paper? Mu Chen sighed softly, and his body softened as he looked at the smart and capable woman in front of him. He was not a tough person, and he did not have a high level of education. The other party used the contract to control him, so he could only nod helplessly. Although he has a desperate mentality, if there is really a way out, it will save a lot of trouble. I sing. He said these two words with gritted teeth, slapped his thigh and stood up suddenly. Mu Chen endured it. It was just a song, what was the big deal? He silently comforted himself in his heart. 6:30 in the evening. Mu Chen stared at the sun which had not yet set, and his thoughts seemed to drift back to the earth in his previous life. He felt socially dead. Thinking back to singing such an embarrassing song to two women, one big and one small, and thinking back to the strange look in the eyes of the beautiful landlady, with a face full of ridicule, he wanted to escape from this world. Oh, it's so annoying. Mu Chen shook his head frantically, sat on the chair, and stared blankly. He had originally wanted to update a few chapters of the novel, but now he was no longer in the mood. He lay down on the bed with a bitter face, curled up in the thin quilt, soothed his wounded heart, and gradually calmed his breathing. Ding 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 dong dong. There was an intermittent sound of guitar coming from the master bedroom. The sound was not loud and it lingered in the living room, but it would not reach Mu Chen's second bedroom. Su Qingxue held the guitar, playing and writing excitedly. Her bright eyes gradually brightened. The manuscript paper on the table was filled with music scores. Her rosy little mouth opened and closed, singing the song silently. This song is so sweet, with a cheerful musical style, full of sweetness and cuteness. Su Qingxue believes that this song will become a hit if she sings it. Even if the song is popular but she is not, she will still sing it. Humming over and over again, accompanying the melody of the guitar, Su Qingxue couldn't help but think of Mu Chen's performance of this song in her mind, and she couldn't help but smile cutely. There was an expression of reluctance on her face, but she just couldn't control the dancing of her body. Although her movements looked clumsy, they matched the simple and awkward dance very well. It was a bit regrettable that Mu Chen only sang it once and didn't see all the dance moves. Later she could feel that Mu Chen was trying hard to control his body. Okay, stop playing. Chen Dan handed her a glass of water and continued, "Come with me today, get ready, and make the accompaniment for this song." He put down the guitar, took the cup of water and took a big sip, then pulled a pillow from the bed and hugged it to his chest. He looked at Chen Dan embarrassedly, pursed his lips slightly, and shook his body with a hum, obviously not wanting to leave today. She hadn't thanked Mu Chen yet. Su Qingxue's earlobes turned slightly red. She felt a little sorry for Mu Chen. After all, she and Chen Dan were working on this song to set off a plot. Not only did she have to thank him, she had to apologize as well. Chen Dan did not answer her. She stared at Su Qingxue with eyes wide open in shock. The hairs on her body stood up. Why did she feel that her dry food was about to fly away? No, she had to think of a way. Chen Dan's expression changed, and she quickly put on a gentle smile. She patted Su Qingxue's shoulder, as if coaxing a child, and said softly, "Okay, then I'll sleep with you today and leave tomorrow." She knew Su Qingxue's personality. She would respond to soft words but not hard ones, so she had to go along with her, otherwise things would be bad. She stayed here today because she was afraid that the two of them would accidentally create some sparks. A talented man who wrote good songs and a naive girl, it looked a bit dangerous no matter how you looked at them. Su Qingxue must have known what Chen Dan was thinking. She hugged the pillow, lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, and uttered a weak hum. Before Chen Dan could react, he lay back on the bed, pulled the quilt over his head, and fell asleep. Chen Dan held his forehead helplessly. He seemed to be choking on what he was about to say. He felt vaguely that Su Qingxue seemed to have fallen into a pit. The next day, just after daybreak, Su Qingxue was packing clothes with sleepy eyes. Chen Dan was sitting on the table next to her, writing something with a pen. Chen Dan writes with great vigor, not caring whether the font looks good or not. Upon closer inspection, one can see some anxiety in his eyes. Chen Dan is not planning to let Su Qingxue and Mu Chen say goodbye now. The two have only lived under the same roof for a few days, but Su Qingxue has already developed some admiration for Mu Chen. If the two live together for longer, who knows what will happen? Thinking of this, Chen Dan's face showed a bit of guilt. His idea was really too dirty. But when he thought of Mu Chen's bare chest and only wearing shorts yesterday, his face changed and he shook his head quickly, making up his mind that he must trick Su Qingxue away today. He threw the pen away and urged Su Qingxue, "Xiaoxue, hurry up, the car is waiting downstairs. I found you a well-known music production team in the industry, don't miss it." She had already filled her schedule with her cell phone last night while Su Qingxue was asleep. After all, in Chen Dan's opinion, the earlier Su Qingxue started working, the earlier she could conquer the sea of stars. And the most important thing was to separate Su Qingxue and Mu Chen at the same time. Chapter 9 arrived. Chen Dan looked at Su Qingxue with disdain, pushed her away, took the clothes from her hand and stuffed them into the suitcase without a care, and quickly packed up all the clothes on the bed. Su Qingxue opened her sleepy eyes and looked at her in disbelief. Her clothes cost so much money. She pouted and complained. "Sister Chen Dan, what are you doing? What for? If I expect you to clean up, it will take forever." Chen Dan rolled her eyes and waved at her. Looking at Su Qingxue's pretty face that was already captivating everyone even without any makeup, the dissatisfaction in his heart gradually subsided. So cute. Chen Dan now wished she could ruthlessly ravage her pretty face with a little baby fat with her hands. Snort. Su Qingshua's pretty face turned pale, she stamped her feet, snorted at her, opened the door with an unhappy expression, and slowly walked towards the bathroom. Although she went to bed early last night, she tossed and turned in bed and couldn't fall asleep. Today, Chen Dan woke her up early to pack her things. She was already a little grumpy when she woke up, and now she was scolded by Chen Dan. It would be strange if she was in a good mood. 10 minutes later. Su Qingxue was pulling a large suitcase, feeling a little lost. Chen Dan held one of her slender hands. Let us go. Su Qingxue was a little dazed. It was only after Chen Dan grabbed her hand and squeezed it hard that she came to her senses. Why don't we just say goodbye to him? It feels a bit rude to just leave a note. No need, I'll transfer the money to him later. He definitely won't blame you for being impolite. Rejecting Su Qingshue's request, Chen Dan closed the door and pulled her downstairs with force, his steps a little hurried. Su Qingxue looked back every few steps as she followed Chen Dan into the elevator. Mu Chen was snoring in the second bedroom, his chest rising and falling, immersed in a dream. In his dream, he returned to Earth, opened a company, held meetings with his subordinates every day, arranged work, and his lovely wife was waiting for him to come home with a pair of adorable twins, a boy and a girl. He had just hugged his wife in his arms, and then he heard a rapid ring. The beautiful wife in my arms gradually became unclear. Mu Chen sat up straight, fumbled for his cell phone on the bed, and turned off the alarm angrily. He rubbed his eyes and sat on the bed in a daze for a while before he gradually came to his senses. He yawned and put on his clothes, feeling speechless. The original owner's phone was so fucking awesome. Was it a knockoff, right? The sound was too loud. He was almost scared to death. If this happened every day, he would live 20 years less. No wonder the original owner could get up early every day to exercise. With such a magic weapon, who could not get up? Mu Chen shook the phone in his hand and felt dizzy. It was too sudden. He opened the door slowly and listened carefully, as he was afraid that the noise would disturb the other landlords in the master bedroom. After listening for a while, there was no movement. I looked at the door of the master bedroom and there was no sign of it opening. I breathed a sigh of relief. Safety. He thought that these two people were sleeping so soundly. His phone made such a loud noise just now, but these two people couldn't hear it and didn't react at all. Mu Chen was prepared to be scolded. After all, disturbing people's sleep is not a good thing. I walked quietly to the bathroom, ready to unload. As soon as I sat on the toilet, I glanced up and saw a piece of paper stuck on the bathroom mirror with something densely written on it. Mu Chen's eyesight wasn't very good. He held up his pants, stuck his butt out and stretched his neck to see what was written on it. He squinted his eyes and looked at the words on the paper with great effort, reading them word by word. Hello, Mr. Mu. We left early due to work reasons. The money for the song will be deposited into your card in 3 installments. Don't worry. After Mu Chen finished reading this, his brows furrowed. It was not because they left without saying goodbye, but because his current posture made him uncomfortable. He sat on the toilet and continued to solve his personal problems, staring at the paper stuck on the mirror, not knowing what he was thinking. Ding, 10,000 yuan has arrived in finger money. A sudden voice came, and Mu Chen shuddered. The cigarette in his hand fell between his legs. Oh my god. It's so hot. A scream came from the bathroom. Mu Chen was jumping and dancing inside, frantically shaking out the cigarette. With her legs slightly apart, she walked out of the bathroom in a weird posture, her heart pounding wildly. It was so fucking exciting. He took out the culprit from his pocket and looked at the account arrival information, with a helpless expression on his face. He now wished he could smash this broken thing right away. Fortunately, the landlord and his family left early, otherwise it would have been another socially fatal scene. He rubbed his embarrassing and ravaged parts, and moved towards the room step by step. His original plan for today was to cook a meal for the landlord and his girlfriend, and collect the money from the song sales. He couldn't just do nothing without getting any money. Don't cook, just eat instant noodles. Mu Chen is a little depressed now. After eating instant noodles, he squatted on the chair with a wet towel on his legs. I always feel that he came here just to die in society. He put his hands on the keyboard and sighed. He still had to do his work. Although he now had 10,000 yuan from the landlord, which solved his urgent problem, he couldn't just sit there and eat it all. He opened the document with ease and started typing quickly. A novel must be 200,000 words to be listed as a VIP. According to his current writing speed, he can finish it in a few days. After all, he doesn't have to think about the plot, he can just move it and it's done. His speed has kept him in the top 10 of the daily word count list since he signed the contract, which is rare for a new author. 10 a.m. Mu Chen shook his sore hands, and without saying a word, he uploaded the document he had just written to the author's backend and clicked publish. The number of read notifications in the book review area has reached 99 plus. I clicked in and saw that the lively book review area is basically the same as last time. Apart from the advertisements, there are some discussions about which category this book should be classified into. There is also a small number of book friends who are very serious about it. I infer that this is a pseudonym opened by that big guy. The plot has just begun. Mu Chen looked at the book review area, and the last bit of bad mood of the day disappeared. He smiled slightly. It seems that he will definitely become the grandmaster of a new school. After roughly browsing through all the book reviews, Mu Chen decided to add fuel to the fire. He put another cigarette in his mouth, but did not dare to light it. He quickly typed a few words with both hands and sent out a single chapter. Add more. Anyway, he had nothing to do today, so he just spent time with the computer and wrote as much as he could. The plot continued to advance under Mu Chen's hands, but what he didn't know was that his novel had been discussed like crazy among major author groups. Chapter 10, The Beginning of Popularity. Wang Hai is a senior online literature enthusiast and also a web master with a large number of fans. Whenever he is free, he would recommend books and help netizens find books. Whenever he sees a novel he likes, he would give rewards generously. Gradually, he became famous on Fengyun Chinese website. Some new authors, as long as they were recommended by him and did not do stupid things, performed very well and gradually gathered a group of fans. He was the one who created the group, Novel Lovers. He was also reading Zhuxian, which was recently hotly discussed in various author groups. But he began to worry about this book. This novel called Zhuxian has really made its way to the top of the list of new authors on Fengyun Chinese website. Wang Hai frowned as he read all the content updated in Zhuxian today. In his opinion, this novel was well written, with a compact plot, and it was definitely capable of being ranked at the top of the newcomer list. He exited and took another look at Zhuxian, who was ranked first on the newcomer ranking, and felt somewhat unhappy. Because he was slapped in the face. Since ancient times, wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes. The online novel circle is not a paradise. He was not optimistic about this novel at first. He thought that this novel was too illogical and too bizarre. It didn't seem like a martial arts novel, nor a fairy tale. He was very pessimistic about this writing style. He had declared not long ago that it would be good enough if this novel could get into the top 10 on the list, and would be thankful if it could be included in the boutique channel in the future. But looking at the current situation, as long as the author of Zhuxian doesn't commit suicide, he will definitely be a minor god. Maybe this is an understatement, and it is possible that he can become a god with just one book. Zhuxian, what's the situation with this novel? Is this a pseudonym created by a famous author? Wang Hai was a little depressed and sent this message in the group. As soon as he said this, the group exploded. Smile and pat the group leader's head. I feel sorry for the group leader getting slapped in the face. Po Shishui, I'm reading Zhuxian, unlimited updates, group leader, get out, don't disturb me reading. Agree. Agree plus. Wang Hai's face turned dark. Usually, this group of people were very polite to him, but now that he had just been slapped in the face this time, these people started to play tricks on him. There are more and more replies in the group, and some people support Wang Hai's opinion, believing that this novel is not worthy of its position. Some people also speculate whether Zhuxian hired internet trolls to top the rankings. For these people, the sudden unanimous discussion of a new novel by a new author in the surrounding online literary circles is clearly an act of hiring internet trolls and is hype. Although the writing is good, it was also produced by hiring internet trolls. Besides, Fengyun Chinese website has never had novels of this style. Wang Hai's words completely ignited the war in the group. The large group of more than 2,000 people became completely lively. Both sides presented facts and reason, and the argument was fierce. Countless messages popped up like mushrooms after rain. Wang Hai, the instigator, closed the group chat with a helpless look on his face. He asked in vain. Fengyun Novel Editorial Department. Chen Feng can be said to have been overwhelmed by the huge surprise these days. He was originally ready to quit, but a book he casually signed with his eyes closed became a hit. It was not just an ordinary anger. He could be said to be frightened 3 times a day in the past few days. Standing in the editor-in-chief's office, he straightened his clothes, took a long breath, pushed open the door and walked in. Editor-in-chief Qing Feng waved at him with a smile on his face. Xiao Chen, come and sit down. The novel you signed has been quite popular recently. It's all thanks to the editor-in-chief's cultivation. Although Chen Feng had a smile on his face, he was muttering in his heart and secretly complained about him. A few days ago, when he had no results, he was scolded by his editor and was about to resign. Now he signed a popular book purely by luck, and the editor's attitude has completely changed. It's really different when you have achievements. No wonder those old editors are so humble to speak well of those great authors. Editor-in-chief Qing Feng sat in front of the computer, looked at the backstage results of Zhuxian, and said to Chen Feng, "This author must be taken seriously. As long as he doesn't do anything weird, I must keep him for later." Although Fengyun Chinese Network is the leader in the online literature world, it cannot just rest on its laurels. There are so many wolves around it staring at it covetously, hoping for its death so that they can grab a piece of its meat. Please keep a close eye on this novel, Chief Editor Qing Feng pondered for a moment and then continued. Chen Feng nodded repeatedly. Editor-in-chief, should I recommend it to him now? Chen Feng raised his head and said cautiously. Recommend. Chief Editor Qing Feng had a lot of question marks on his head. With this kind of result, as long as the author doesn't do anything weird, the editor should have recommended it long ago. Qing Feng didn't understand why Chen Feng suddenly asked such a question. You haven't recommended it yet, right? Editor-in-chief Qing Feng stared at him in shock and asked. I'm in trouble. When Chen Feng saw the editor-in-chief's expression, he knew that he must have done something wrong. He had just enjoyed a good meal, and now the stick was about to fall. Chen Feng sat opposite the editor-in-chief, lowered his head and quietly waited for the storm to come, feeling a little uneasy. He didn't want to resign now. With such a talented author on hand, only a fool would give up. Who knows who will benefit if he leaves? Opposite Chen Feng, the editor-in-chief Qing Feng was impressed. Of course, he was not impressed by Chen Feng. He was impressed by the author of Zhuxian, who achieved such a result without any recommendation. After taking a sip of water and looking at Chen Feng, who was lowering his head and looking pleasing in front of him, he suddenly felt that this kid was really lucky to have signed such a talented author. His work didn't make it to the top of the list with just one recommendation, but the amount of updates is so huge. Okay, go out and learn from those old editors. He impatiently kicked Chen Feng out, sat in front of the computer, and sighed helplessly. How could such an author be signed by a new editor? Although he could change the contracted editor, he was too embarrassed to do such a thing. After all, if he really changed the editor, who should he give it to? If he gave it to any editor, the other editors would definitely feel uncomfortable. Any reliable editor could see the potential of this kind of novel to be a big hit. The online writing circle is not only short of good authors, but also good editors. Every editor is cultivated with great care and effort. If any editor changes jobs, it will be a loss for Fengyun Chinese Network. Headache. A sentence kept circling in my mind. Why was it signed by a new editor? It seems that I have to pay more attention and keep a close eye on it. I hope that nothing goes wrong and I can create another great person smoothly. Chapter 11. The fight begins. After getting up, washing up, Mu Chen made a simple breakfast for himself, turned on the computer and opened the book review section of Zhuxian. Ever since the landlord and her family left, Mu Chen has been alone, sleeping until he wakes up naturally every day. Although it's a bit boring because no one talks to him, Mu Chen enjoys this free and easy life. It's really leisurely without the hustle and bustle of his previous life and the roar of factory machines. Holding the mouse, Mu Chen clicked randomly and meaninglessly, seeming to be in a trance. These days, he updated as soon as he woke up and went to bed right after updating. He updated with all his strength. The comment section was filled with red and many alliance leaders emerged like mushrooms after rain. Collections, recommendations, and monthly tickets grew like crazy, and it was even recommended as a banner on their homepage. If it were someone else, they would have been so happy about this achievement, but Mu Chen just couldn't be happy now. It is said that a tall tree attracts the wind, and it is true. Among the countless book reviews, there are a lot of negative comments, which are purely for the sake of criticizing. Even a small typo will be picked out and magnified infinitely. Sometimes hatred can be formed inadvertently. Mu Chen had eaten a lot of these melons in his previous life, and he knew that he must have blocked the way of certain people. Intellectuals have always looked down on each other since ancient times, and the same is true in the online literature community. In front of the computer, Mu Chen silently read the book reviews, trying to find clues in them. He couldn't possibly not even know who was slandering him. There will always be some flaws in those purposeful attempts to blacken a person, like saying that the person is not as good as that book or that person's writing is good. There will always be a very obvious direction. Why does Mu Chen understand this so well? Because he used to be a water army. In his previous life, he joined a water army group because he wanted to make some money. Soon, Mu Chen identified the culprit. This unexpected attack on Zhuxian came from a veteran master, Zhuangzhenren. As the number one work on the new book list, Zhuxian has been controversial since the publication of the book. The book review section is full of arguments. Now, a veteran big shot has joined the ranks of real fans. It's really a mess. Mu Chen had no idea who Master Chuang was, but he could roughly guess that he had offended this veteran master named Master Chuang in some way. I clicked on a novel ranked second on the new book list. On the exquisite cover of the novel, there were 3 big blood-red characters, breaking the real person. That's right, his pen name and the title of his book are all Zhuangzhenren, a veteran figure in the online literature world. He has attempted to become the supreme god several times, but failed every time. This time he used his pen name as the title of his book, and it can be seen that he has great confidence and is determined to make another attempt to become the supreme god, and he will never accept failure. Although Zhuangzhenren is not the supreme god of online literature, he is definitely not to be underestimated thanks to the readers and fans he has accumulated over the years. Zhuangzhenren is risking everything he has this time, just to tell everyone that if he fails in his attempt to become the supreme god, he will die. He has good relations with the authors of Fengyan Chinese website, and they have reached an agreement with them that they will give him a hand, and they will not fight for monthly votes or recommendations, but will try to make him the supreme god. But now a newcomer appeared out of nowhere, and he was able to win all the way, beating all the new books, big and small, and arrogantly occupying the first place on the new book list. If it was a new book by other old authors, it would be fine, but he asked the editor, the author of this book Zhuxian is a complete newcomer, how could he be on par with a newcomer? So in the group, he gave a lot of praise but actually criticized the author. After all, he was a veteran author at Fengyan Chinese website and he had to save face. His words were flawless and sounded like an elder giving guidance to a newcomer. But he believed that his readers and fans would understand and they would help him suppress this author who came out of nowhere. I have to say that what Zhuangzhenren thought was right. His words, which were apparently praising but actually criticizing, fermented in the online literary circle, and in an instant, countless fans rushed up with knives in hand, filled with righteous indignation. What kind of crap is this? It's ranked first on the new book list. It must have been voted on. It's obvious that Master Chuang wrote better, so why is this Zhuxian ranked first? This author must be a scumbag. Do you know how to respect your seniors? You still rely on votes to suppress Zhuangzhenren. I should teach you a lesson and ban your book. People read this kind of rubbish? I don't even know how to categorize this rubbish novel. Back in their own book review section, these crazy fans became even crazier, constantly posting book reviews attacking Zhuxian. Some readers who had not understood the novel since Mu Chen started writing it but were gradually attracted to it were completely unhappy. In their view, the author of Zhuxian was obviously establishing a new school of online literature, and a fierce conflict broke out between the two groups of readers. Literary fight. Abuse. It's obvious that things are out of control. Mu Chen is a new author without an operating team. He became famous too quickly, and this kind of thing has never happened on Fengyan Chinese website. In the past, although there were verbal abuses and quarrels among new authors, it was never on such a large scale. Basically, a new author can be completely controlled by one person. But at this moment, the two sides were already really angry, and it seemed like they had completely lost their minds. The argument of facts and reasoning turned into cursing. Mu Chen stared in amazement at the book reviews that kept appearing on the computer screen. He felt a little overwhelmed. He picked up the cold tea beside him and drank it all in one gulp. The tea leaves made his throat sore. What is going on? Chen Feng was in the editorial department of Fengyun Chinese website, sitting in front of his computer, with a head full of question marks. Please stop causing trouble. He is just a new editor who has achieved some success. How come they suddenly started fighting? Looking at the book review information that kept appearing on the editor's back end, Chen Feng panicked. How the hell should he deal with this? No one told him, and they didn't talk about this during the on-the-job training. The book review section, filled with heated words, can no longer fully bear the anger of both parties, which have gone from verbal battles to swearing at each other, and now some tough guys have appeared, giving their addresses and arguing with each other about real-life fights. If this continues, something bad will happen sooner or later. Chen Feng was frightened by this fierce man and did not dare to be careless. He quickly used the editing authority in the background to close the book review area and let them calm down first. He was really confused. Why didn't everyone go to eat in the middle of the day and were all so angry that they were fighting? He had heard from senior editors that authors would have some fights with each other, but they were harmless and would usually pass by. But when it came to him, readers had already reported their addresses and wanted a real-life PK. Are all fans of Zhu Xian so irritable? Another thing that he couldn't figure out was how the fight started. He had to figure this out. Chapter 12 Prelude to Battle. Chen Feng was so overwhelmed by this senseless battle that he didn't even go to eat lunch. Instead, he went to check the Konglong forum first. A battle of this level will not be resolved by simply closing the book review section. The aftermath of this battle will continue to extend to other platforms. The Kongjong Dragon Forum is the largest novel exchange forum. Website editors of all sizes and novel authors all hang out here. Most netizens call it Kongjong Dragon. Chen Feng was right. The aftermath of the fight between the two parties had already spread here. Posts on the homepage kept appearing. As the largest online literature forum, the rules were still very strict. At least both sides were relatively restrained and there was no swearing. But it would happen soon. Several posts were marked with asterisks, which were obviously not good words. After a while, Chen Feng finally figured out the whole thing, put down the mouse and leaned back in his chair. What's going on here? This was the first time he encountered a fight between authors. Chen Feng also saw the words of Master Chuang, which were praising but actually criticizing. However, Master Chuang's words were very well said and basically there was nothing wrong with them. But if one puts himself in the perspective of the fans and authors of Zhu Xian, it makes people feel very uncomfortable. Chen Feng only had the popular book Zhu Xian in his hand, so of course he was supporting his family, so he felt that Master Chuang's words were somewhat inappropriate. Wasn't this just taking advantage of his seniority? In the empty editorial office, Chen Feng was completely at a loss. He was just a new editor and could not afford to offend the editor in charge of Chuang Zhenren. Besides, Chuang Zhenren was a veteran in Fengyun Chinese website and had been with Fengyun Chinese website basically since the establishment of the website. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a loyal follower of the company. Even if he brings the matter to the editor-in-chief Qing Feng, he probably won't win the lawsuit. Even if he wins, what will other websites think? If such a loyal follower can be abandoned, who will dare to work at Fengyun Chinese website in the future? Chen Feng was just slacking off at work, but he was not stupid. If he really dared to report this to the editor-in-chief Qing Feng, he might even get a few cold stares. We need to think of a way. His good days have just begun and can't be ruined like this. Chen Feng opened the editor's back end with a worried look on his face and found out the contact information of the author of Zhu Xian. He was ready to ask the author of Zhu Xian to give in, even if he had to talk his mouth off, to suppress the matter. Ding ding ding. The PP on the computer started to sound. Mu Chen was holding a bucket of instant noodles, turned off the music and watched an entertainment program with new people. He opened the PP and saw that it was a person who claimed to be his editor and added him as a friend. Hello, Heater. I'm the novel editor of Fengyun Chinese website. I have something to discuss with you. Mu Chen was slightly stunned. He secretly said, "It's bad." When he signed the contract, he didn't have the editor's PP at all. He just filled in his information on the website and signed the contract without thinking. This time, the other party came to him. He wouldn't offend his editor. Mu Chen didn't know that his novel editor was also a scumbag and signed him without thinking. So the two of them were confused. However, Mu Chen was also a little curious. As a new author, was it necessary for his editor to call him, "Hey DA"? Mu Chen did not dare to neglect it. He put down the instant noodles in his hand, accepted the friend request, and replied politely, "Hello, what can I do for you?" Expression. Just a few seconds after Mu Chen sent the message, he received a reply. It was definitely a quick reply. "Header, it's just about today's book review section. I hope you can tell the book fans to exercise restraint. Given." What? Mu Chen immediately became unhappy. Today's incident was not his fault, so how could he be asked to give in? "Are you okay?" Mu Chen used both hands to quickly type out a few words and asked. I hope this editor who can't tell right from wrong can give him a good explanation. Mu Chen's face turned pale. He had not taken today's events to heart. After the book review section was closed, he left and went to watch entertainment programs. In Mu Chen's opinion, he was not a novel author. He was just a porter who relied on the Earth's culture. He had no right to compete with these authors for the rankings. He should just go with the flow. But now, looking at the message sent by the editor, Mu Chen laughed. He was angry with the editor. There is no such thing in the world. The other party is provoking trouble, and he asked me to remain restrained and give in. Do I have to apologize to them? Even though he is a porter, he cannot let others bully him like this. Mu Chen is the type of person who will not move if you hit him, but will retreat if you do something wrong. The more you forbid him to do something, the more he will do it. Chen Feng didn't know Mu Chen's personality. Sitting in front of the computer, his heart skipped a beat. The words Mu Chen sent on the screen were not very polite. He quickly typed back. "Header, that's not what I meant. Listen to me first. Explain." Mu Chen was typing. He was just a newcomer now. Although his performance was pretty good, he didn't have much say when facing a platform as big as Fengyun Chinese network. He was not qualified to oppose their website now. "Thank you, boss." Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief on the other end of the line. Fortunately, no one blocked him because of a disagreement. Chen Feng typed away on the keyboard, writing down all the causes and consequences, relationships and interests of this incident in one breath and sending them all at once. He was afraid. He was afraid that this big man who could bring him to the top would change his station in a fit of anger. Then he would be in big trouble and no one would be able to save him. Mu Chen was stunned when he saw the long text sent by Chen Feng. 10 minutes later, after reading this long paragraph carefully, Mu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his face became heavy, and a rage that could not be quelled arose in his heart. Why the hell is that? Is he sure he can defeat me? What era is it now? People are still playing the game of being a follower of the dragon. This is about online diplomas and academic results. It emphasizes the need to accept defeat when one is willing to gamble. They are arrogant and take advantage of their seniority to suppress new authors. Is this really a good thing? After coming to this world, Mu Chen has been holding a casual and easygoing mentality. He wrote novels without thinking about becoming famous. He just wanted to use this ability to survive in this world. But this time, he is not going to use this mentality. He wants to fight, not only for himself, but also for those outstanding authors on Earth. Mu Chen sneered, typed the word "OK" on the keyboard with his middle finger and sent it over. For such a trivial matter, he was not worthy of using his middle finger. He was not going to make things difficult for the editor. In his opinion, this editor was also in a difficult position. It was normal that the editor could not afford to offend a great author like Chuang Zhenren. Obviously, this time, the great author named Chuang Zhenren was trying to intimidate himself. The other party was very smart and used this method of open praise and covert criticism to provoke his fans, hoping to make him retreat. Chapter 13. The tiger does not show its might. Mu Chen's stubborn temper got the better of him, so he immediately opened his author background and wrote a single chapter. Title: If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm a sick cat? More chapters. Author: Tentacle Monster, Unlimited. More chapters. Chen Feng closed the PP chat page, and a stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. His painstaking explanation was not in vain. From all aspects, it is better for this new author to avoid fighting and be patient. If he really forces himself, it will probably be like an egg hitting a rock, and the chance of winning is too low. Chen Fei opened the editor's backstage again. Since the author of Zhuxian agreed to give in, there was no need to close the book review area. Otherwise, book lovers would think that Fengyun Chinese network colluded with great authors to suppress newcomers. In the back-end interface of Zhuxian, Chen Feng silently waited for He Da's response. As long as He Da gave in and calmed down the fight, he would immediately open the book review area. The mouse kept clicking the refresh button, anxiously waiting for He's single chapter. When the mouse touched the red refresh button, the page suddenly changed, and the latest chapter of Zhuxian suddenly came into Chen Feng's eyes. The tiger doesn't show its power. Fuck. When Chen Feng saw this title, he was stunned. He felt his blood run cold and his hand holding the mouse began to tremble slightly. Is this a sign of surrender? Isn't this just adding fuel to the fire in the boiling oil? Hebei University is so deceiving. They promised something nice, but the next moment they issued a declaration of challenge. Chen Feng was originally a little complacent, thinking that he had handled a very big incident. Who knew that He Da was so cunning and so stubborn? He treated all the benefits and disadvantages that I told him about as bullshit, and his fearless title completely slapped everyone in the face. Novel lovers, PP Book Club. Report. The latest news, the author of Zhuxian has accepted the challenge. A PP account with the nickname War Reporter in the book club sent a message in especially bold font. The book club, which had been relatively quiet, suddenly exploded. All the book clubs, big and small, were discussing this matter. Book friends are not fools. Some people have already analyzed what happened today. All book friends have long known that it was Zhuxian who blocked Master Chuang's path to the Supreme God, which is why Master Chuang took action to suppress him. However, although they know this, most book lovers are not optimistic about the author of Zhuxian. The two are completely incomparable. Many people speculate that this matter will end with the author of Zhuxian giving in. No one expected that the author of Zhuxian would be so tough and fight back so strongly, directly confronting the author in a single chapter. Everyone in the group is from the online literature circle, and they are all paying attention to this matter. Fengyun Chinese website hasn't been so lively for a long time. Book lovers have always been keen to watch the fun, and everyone in the group has also participated in this battle. At this moment, everyone is extremely excited and is ready to fight again. Go and have a look. As the group leader, how can Wen Hai live up to his identity as an upmaster if he doesn't observe the fighting in the online literature circle? Isn't this ready-made material for making a video? Let's go, let's go. Wen Hai's call drew hundreds of responses. Countless group members echoed him and opened the Fengyun Chinese website to watch the battle. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Mu Chen rubbed his sore hands and posted all the books in his hands at once. Since the book review area was still closed, Mu Chen could not see the noisy battle between the two groups of book lovers. Mu Chen didn't think that this Master Chuang was someone who would give up so easily. He opened the chapter of Master Chuang who was ranked second and saw the single chapter in response to him. The intervals between this Master Chuang's chapters are not long. Basically, as soon as Mu Chen's chapter comes out, Master Chuang will follow suit. The wind follows the dragon, the clouds follow the tiger. When Fengyun Chinese website changed its name, they asked for my opinion. This new author compares himself to a tiger. He is too dismissive of all the authors of Fengyun Chinese website. When the senior author gives you some guidance, you jump out to confront him. You are too arrogant. I advise this author to learn to be humble. Not all the dragons of Fengyun Chinese website are coiled. Also, I wish you, the new king who compares himself to a tiger, will not become the new king who dies. Reply to the author who compares himself to a tiger, Chuang Zhenren. After reading Chuang Zhenren's single chapter, Mu Chen laughed out of anger. This Mr. Chuang is really good at making a big deal. Between the lines, he switched the concept of the single chapter given to him and turned it into a chapter for all the authors of Chinese websites. He wants Mu Chen to offend all the authors of Chinese websites. Old senior. Pooh. He scolds this old senior who relies on his seniority to bully others 3 times a day, and they are never the same. I have to say that this man, Chuang Zhenren, who claims to be an old senior, is very good at this. Although it is disgusting to see Chuang Zhenren's full sense of superiority, Mu Chen really can't find any fault with him. The literati black man is really good at insulting himself with just one sentence, and he extended it to all the authors of Fengyun Chinese website. It was obvious that Mu Chen lost the first wave of battle. The opponent picked a perfect opportunity and taught him a lesson. Brothers, this old man is too shameless. Heater is still young. The Konglong forum is now like a pot of boiling water, with posts appearing non-stop, each one related to today's battle. The people who rushed over after hearing the news all have a gossipy mentality, ready to eat medleys. One is a veteran writer who is preparing to become the supreme god, and the other is a fledgling new writer whose works only have a few 100,000 words. The two of them are like heaven and earth, and no matter how you look at it, they can't even get close to each other. But I don't know how their fight started. If you don't eat this kind of melon, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Since Chuang Jinren published a single chapter in the tone of an old senior, the online literature circle has been completely blown up. Not only the fans of the two authors were affected, but other big and small authors also lost interest in writing books and turned their attention to the two of them. According to statistics from gossipers, there are as many as double-digit well-known authors who have stopped updating today. Mu Chen had a gloomy face and didn't want to reply to Chuang Jinren's single chapter. He couldn't beat this old fox in a verbal battle. He could put a big accusation on someone if he wasn't careful. People shouldn't use their own weaknesses to attack others' strengths. It would be stupid to confront them head-on. He was not a scholar to begin with. Continuing would only bring humiliation upon himself. Mu Chen thought about it and prepared to play big. I pressed my sore hands to the keyboard again, and while enduring the pain, I typed another chapter, changing the chapter title to "Results Speak for Themselves, Losers Quit the Internet." Mu Chen got excited. He knew it was like hitting a rock with an egg, but he still wanted to fight. First, he looked down upon this kind of thing that took advantage of one's seniority. Secondly, he refused to accept the defeat. If he lost the war of words, then he lost. He did not believe that he could lose. He also did not believe that the culture on Earth could lose to this Fengyun Chinese website that had never experienced the explosion of imagination. Third, he wanted to give face to those authors on Earth. Why could the novels written by other authors stand out on Earth, but he couldn't even stand out by copying others? It was really embarrassing for the numerous novel authors in his mind. Chapter 14. Do you have a stage name? Now that they have started arguing, Mu Chen is not going to give in and must fight to the death. He will be on the shelves soon, so let the results speak for themselves. Blessings and misfortunes go hand in hand, and misfortunes and blessings go hand in hand. This saying is really true. After this incident, the collection of Zhuxian has grown by nearly 20,000 data points. This fierce battle further boosted the reputation of Zhuxian. Fengyun Editorial Department, Editor-in-Chief Qing Feng's office. Chen Feng lowered his head, stood there blankly with a shy look on his face. He had been startled 3 times a day these days. He was very happy to have signed a popular book, but unexpected things kept happening. Within a few days, a big battle brought him back to reality. He has a popular book in his hand, and he will not give up. These days he has been working so hard that he forgets to eat and sleep, and dares not slack off at all. Who told you to act on your own? Editor-in-Chief Qing Feng slammed the table and then yelled. Tell me what we should do now. Qing Feng looked at him fiercely with a gloomy face. Qing Feng is having a headache now. One is a veteran author who has been following Fengyun Chinese network since its establishment, and the other is a new author who has emerged. No matter how he handles the situation, it would be inappropriate to deal with these two people. If their website favors the old masters and suppresses the new authors, then all the new authors will have to think carefully when choosing a website. If their website favors the new authors, what do other old authors think? In the office, Chen Feng didn't dare to speak. Qing Feng got angry, frowned, and had no idea what to do. For a while, the only sound in the office was the buzzing sound of the computer fan. Why? Qing Feng sighed softly, breaking the silent atmosphere. He pondered for a moment, waved his hand and said, Since the author of Zhuxian believes in performance, then you should tell him not to post individual chapters at random and let this matter go cold for now. Chen Feng nodded repeatedly. This was the best way. He would have to worry less. Okay, get out now. By the way, get Chuangjin's editor here. You can get out now. Time passed bit by bit. After finishing his dinner, Mu Chen made a cup of tea and sat leisurely on a chair. He was too tired today. Mu Chen had not expected that just sitting and typing would be so tiring. It was even more tiring than working in a factory. Being an author was really not a job for human beings. Mu Chen opened the author's backend and scheduled the release of all the words he had typed today. He would put them on the shelves tomorrow, so he couldn't be careless. All eyes were on him, wanting to see how successful this new book, which had caused so much trouble, would be. Mu Chen was not in a hurry and was too lazy to type. He randomly opened a costume drama and watched it with his legs crossed. Ding-ling-ling. The cell phone on the table suddenly rang like a life-threatening alarm. Fortunately, Mu Chen was sitting steadily, otherwise he would have fallen again. I hurriedly picked up the phone and pressed the answer button, determined to replace this broken phone sooner or later. I had already set the volume to the lowest, but the sound was still so loud. "Hello, who is that?" Mu Chen said in a bad tone. He is very angry now. There have been a lot of troubles today. After being scared by the fake mobile phone ringtone, it would be strange if his tone could be good. "Hey! Talk like your mother." The person on the other end of the phone probably heard that he was in a bad mood, and only heard slight breathing sounds. Su Qingxue on the other end of the phone was dumbfounded. She blinked her big eyes innocently, not knowing how she had offended this piece of wood. "What are you talking about, you little brat?" Chen Dan snatched the phone and shouted angrily. "I don't want the remaining money." Mu Chen was stunned. He knew who called, the landlord. He is now a little flustered and uneasy. He and the landlord may not get along well. Every time they meet and talk, they always end up in a bad mood. Who would have thought that the landlord would call in the middle of the night? Mu Chen didn't care whether the landlord saw it or not. He quickly put on a smile and said in a flattering way, "Yes. How can I not want it? I'm sorry." Snort. Seeing his attitude change 120 degrees, Chen Dan snorted coldly and returned the phone to Su Qingxue. At the same time, he stood beside her and listened carefully with his ears perked up. Su Qingxue took the phone and spoke softly, "Hello." "Oh." Mu Chen scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. He had just swore without any reason, and now he was too embarrassed to continue. Neither of them spoke for a while, just listening to each other's breathing. 2 minutes later, Mu Chen couldn't stand this torture anymore. "You? I?" Unexpectedly, Su Qingxue on the other end of the phone spoke at the same time as him. There was silence again, and both wanted the other to speak first. The one on the other end of the phone. Su Qingxue frowned, pursed her rosy lips, looked dissatisfied, and cursed inwardly, "You're a blockhead." Chen Dan was standing nearby, rolling his eyes, nudging her with his shoulder, signaling Su Qingxue to hurry up. Finally, Mu Chen heard a soft voice from the phone. "Do you have a stage name?" "Mu Chen?" Mu Chen was stunned by Su Qingxue's incoherent words, and his brain was unable to react for a while. He had a pen name but no stage name, and he was not in the entertainment industry, so why did he need a stage name? "No," Mu Chen said cautiously. He really didn't understand why Su Qingxue called him so late at night and asked such a question without any context. Could it be that this beautiful landlord of mine wanted to bring me into the entertainment industry and form a boy-girl group? Mu Chen made random guesses in his mind. He is good at singing. Although his voice is not very nice, he is definitely in tune. Otherwise, the landlord just heard his song once by chance and insisted him write the lyrics and music. Su Qingxue hummed lightly with a nasal sound and quickly hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Mu Chen felt a little depressed. He couldn't figure out why the landlord's phone calls were so random and he felt that it was a little strange. At this moment, Mu Chen deeply realized that a woman's heart is as deep as the sea and there is no way to guess it. I threw my phone on the table, shook my head and sighed, letting go of all the worries of today. There will be a big battle tomorrow. Mu Chen dared not be careless. Sometimes the battles among scholars were more brutal. If he was not careful, he would be infamous and could never wash it off in his lifetime. He is not afraid of failure, and he still has a trump card. However, there is no need to use it now. It is a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut when dealing with a not-so-great novelist. Speaking of Chuang novel, at best it was popularized by a large number of fans. The real data is far from that good. If it were on Earth, Chuang novel would only be considered a masterpiece, and there would definitely not be so many people following it. Chapter 15 would. What happened to Sister Chen? Su Qingxue, who had just hung up the phone, turned around and saw Chen Dan looking at her strangely. Su Qingxue's face was flushed. She held the phone in both hands, glanced at Chen Dan secretly, and asked lightly. Xiaoxue. You can't get into any trouble now. Chen Dan was a little speechless. The more she looked at Su Qingxue's current appearance, the more she looked like a lucky charm. A woman's sixth sense is very strong. She always felt that Su Qingxue had some different feelings towards that boy. Su Qingxue wrinkled her cute little nose, opened her rosy little mouth, but still nodded. Chen Dan held her forehead and looked at her delicate little face. To be honest, she was so anxious that she was about to get angry. Who would have thought that the real person still looked like a proud and sweet wife and was only thinking about falling in love? But at least, I didn't forget my job and successfully made it into the top 50 new singers. The response was good, and Su Qingxue was widely praised for her excellent voice and exquisite appearance. When Chen Dan thought of this, all his dissatisfaction disappeared in an instant. He chuckled and reached out his hand to pinch Su Qingxue's delicate little face. Did he tell you his stage name? Wood. Wood. Chen Dan looked confused. Although she didn't understand why it was called that, she didn't plan to ask in detail. She was too lazy to care. Su Qingxue has been in the dark for a while, and there has been no news at all. This time she has finally stood out, and she has to promote it well. The original promotional account is firmly controlled by Yuanfang Entertainment. Now Su Qingxue will be able to completely terminate the contract with Yuanfang Entertainment in half a month. She has to use this time to promote it with her own account. Since she shares Su Qingxue's beautiful photos every day and her original fans also promote her Weibo follower data has increased greatly, which shows that Su Qingxue's popularity among the public is still very good. With the popularity of the new singer, all entertainment news, big and small, reserved a section for Su Qingxue, which also brought her a lot of attention. Many netizens already knew why Su Qingxue was hidden from the public. Although they felt sorry for her, there was nothing they could do. This time when Su Qingxue returned, she directly brought out the grievances between her and Yuanfang Entertainment. Although Yuanfang Entertainment is quiet now, anyone with a discerning eye has long known that Yuanfang Entertainment will not let Su Qingxue come to the fore again smoothly. Beneath the calm surface of the water lies a turbulent undercurrent. Faraway entertainment building. Manager, there is news. Huh? She has a new song? Who wrote it for her? Xu Qian, general manager of Yuanfang Entertainment, sat in the spacious and bright office, put out the cigarette in his hand, and asked with some surprise. Yuanfang Entertainment is a company that has some influence in the entertainment industry. Ever since Su Qingxue left Yuanfang Entertainment, she had already informed the songwriters in the industry that it was absolutely impossible for them to write songs for her. And in the final of the program, there are new singers. According to tradition, they have to sing a new song. Xu Qian absolutely believed that Su Qingxue could advance to the finals, but where would Su Qingxue's new songs come from? Yuanfang Entertainment also has many songwriters, but they have all been informed, so it is even less likely that they will write songs for her. Is that the newcomer? Xu Qian lit another cigarette, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes amid the smoke. Don't worry about her, just let her participate smoothly. We have to add fuel to her fire. But, manager, why is this happening? Xu Qian sneered, stood up and looked at the people coming and going downstairs. Sometimes the higher you climb, the harder you fall. Wait. An hour later, Su Qingxue became a hot topic on Weibo, and her popularity soared like a rocket. Various revelations about Su Qingxue came out one after another, which made some media smell something different. What is even more puzzling is that the official Weibo account of Yuanfang Entertainment actually sent a strange notification. I recently heard that an artist from our company successfully advanced to the top 50 of the newcomer singer program. Let us look forward to it together and wish Su Qingxue to go further and achieve better results. This Weibo post directly confused many people. The rift between Yuanfang Entertainment and Su Qingxue had been exposed long ago. This time, Yuanfang Entertainment used the official Weibo to promote Su Qingxue, which really made people confused about what they were up to. The internet was abuzz with discussions, and Su Qingxue's fans cursed Yuanfang Entertainment. What is this operation of Yuanfang Entertainment? Why are they trying to whitewash themselves? The above person doesn't understand this. Yuanfang Entertainment is just pretending to be a good person and playing with their persona. Can Yuanfang Entertainment please go away and stop interfering in Su Qingshue's affairs? Chen Dan was shocked and confused at the moment. She didn't understand what Yuanfang Entertainment was doing. She had worked at Yuanfang Entertainment for more than 10 years and had always seen Yuanfang Entertainment's overbearing style of doing things, but she had never seen such an operation. Something is wrong, very wrong. Chen Dan doesn't believe that Yuanfang Entertainment can change its nature. Even though Yuanfang Entertainment appears to be very harmonious now, who knows what bad things they are planning. As for Yuanfang Entertainment, she was helpless and had no other options. She could only respond to their moves and be more cautious. Looking at Su Qingshue's innocent sleeping face, Chen Dan sighed inwardly, and couldn't help but worry about her future career as a singer. The Weibo post by Yuanfang Entertainment was obviously intended to hype up Su Qingxue. All the revelations about Su Qingxue on the internet were definitely released by Yuanfang Entertainment. Chen Dan still couldn't understand their purpose, but she knew that she couldn't let the hype continue. Su Qingshue's Weibo is almost the #1 trending search, even though it's only the evening trending search, but if it continues like this, sooner or later there will be problems. The entertainment industry is never peaceful, and you never know who will be blocked by it. She can't just do nothing. Even though she is powerless now, she can't let Yuanfang Entertainment continue to hype it up smoothly. Chen Dan held the phone in both hands, thought for a moment, then quickly opened his Weibo, clicked on the Weibo editor, and quickly tapped the screen with his fingers, and a Weibo message was sent out. This is a thank you letter written in Su Qingshue's tone. First, she thanked everyone for their attention, then mentioned other outstanding contestants, and hoped that people would stop paying too much attention to her. She hoped that everyone could view her as an ordinary singer and ignore the online rhythm. Chen Dan now doesn't know whether this blog post will work or not, but this is the only solution he can think of now. Now he can only leave it to fate and pray that Su Qingshuo will be able to have smooth sailing in the future. Chen Dan covered Su Qingshuo with a quilt, adjusted the temperature of the air conditioner, picked up the bag next to her, and tiptoed to her room to sleep. Chapter 16 3 Supremes. The next day, at the editorial office of Fengyun Chinese website. Chen Feng arrived at the editorial office early, not even bothering to eat breakfast. He quickly turned on the computer, clicked on the editing background and started watching. 9 o'clock this morning was the day when Zhuxian would be put on sale. Due to the battle a few days ago, no one knew how many people were paying close attention to the first order of Zhuxian. After all, the author of Zhuxian had made a big statement, and the loser would be kicked off the internet. Chen Feng is very excited and in a very uneasy mood. Ever since he signed the contract for the book Zhuxian, he has not known how many eyes are staring at him. As the editor of Zhuxian, it feels like he is living in a dream these days. The relationship between editor and author seems to be one of mutual success and mutual loss. If Zhuxian wins, he, as an editor, will not become famous, but he will definitely be regarded as a man with a discerning eye. He is now in the limelight with Zhuxian and he even jumps unconsciously when he walks every day. At the same time, Mu Chen, wearing a sports suit, opened the door panting, walked into the room, and sat down on a chair. Since he started writing novels, Mu Chen has thrown away the original owner's fine tradition of daily exercise. Today, on a whim, he picked it up again, stretched out his sore hands, held the mouse, and opened the author's background. In this hot summer, on a day full of gunpowder, Mu Chen was actually very calm. The noise from the outside world could not affect Mu Chen's heart at all. After all, he has unique conditions. As long as he refuses to admit defeat, he can update as many chapters as he wants. There will be no problem of being stuck in writing too many words. He has already been invincible. Time passes by little. 9 o'clock. All the people who follow online literature, as well as editors and authors working in the online literature industry, have all turned their attention to Fengyun Chinese website. I don't know if it was intentional on the part of Fengyun Chinese website, but Chuangzhuren and Zhuxian were released at the same time. It has been set up long ago, and the scheduled release will also automatically upload the saved manuscripts in the background. The crowd, watching with wide eyes, flocked to the scene, all wanting to know the battle situation first. Master Chuang had a gloomy expression on his face and sent up the chapter he had already prepared. In his opinion, the author of Zhuxian was too disrespectful to his predecessors. In the past, all the new authors would either give way to him as soon as he said so. Even the senior management of Fengyun Chinese Network were polite to him. He wrote 5 books, and each of them witnessed his era. Perhaps in the eyes of others he was already old, but he never believed that his era was over. This novel, written under his own pen name, was written with all his hard work, word by word. He will never accept failure, and he will not allow failure. The 2 novels were in full swing, with subscriptions, collections, recommendations, and clicks all skyrocketing. The rankings were constantly changing, and the 2 were in a stalemate. In the outside world, the 3 supreme gods of Fengyan Chinese website set up a meeting group and kept a close eye on this most intense battle in history. Juru Darda, isn't Chuang Zhenren really going to lose? Without further ado, he said, I probably won't lose for the time being, but over time, it will be a disaster. Yuexiahei, I don't care what you think. I have to help Master Chuang. You all know that I used to be a fan of Master Chuang's books. It was Master Chuang who encouraged me to push the chapters, which helped me to make it. It's not easy for Master Chuang to get to where he is now. Please give me some face and help him. I owe you a favor. Juru Darda, it's no problem for us to help. After all, we have known each other for many years. But there is one problem. Will others say that we are ganging up on the new author? Without further ado, he said, I have this concern as well. After all, the 3 of them have a huge fan base. Sometimes a chapter recommendation is more effective than the recommendation position on Fengyan Chinese Network. As long as they are readers of Fengyan Chinese Network, basically all of them have read their novels. No one can ignore their influence. The 3 Fengyan novels are all of the highest caliber, all of them have a solid guardhood, and they have been on the bestseller list for many years. The animation and film and television adaptations of their novels have all been very successful. Many authors are eager to catch up with them and hope to replace them. There is a saying on Fengyan Chinese website that Fengyan novels are ranked 4th, and foreign novels are ranked 1st. I don't know how many websites have offered olive branches to poach them. Now, the 3 of them, plus a real person named Chuang, have basically included all the readers. If they really come to an end, it will be a good or bad thing. Helping friends is fine, but how will the outside world view them? Will they gang up on the newcomers? They need a reason, a legitimate reason, a reason that leaves no room for any other explanation. Yuexiahei, this concern is not a problem. I will bear all the criticism. In addition, I will open a separate chapter to take charge of the matter and explain it in detail. Then I will give the author of Zhu Xian an extra 100,000 yuan as an apology. Without saying anything, he said, What are you trying to do? In the conference group, without saying a word, he quickly asked out his doubts. He didn't understand. Although Yuexiahei was discovered by Master Chuang, so many years have passed and the favor should have been repaid long ago. As far as he knew, Yuexiahei had canvassed for votes for Master Chuang and rewarded the leader for each of his novels. Now, he took all the blame and attributed it all to himself. He was really confused. Juru Darda was also in the conference group and raised a bunch of question marks. He didn't understand either. This was almost like the treatment of a biological father. He understood that they had to take the blame. After all, no matter how you looked at it, their participation was bullying the newcomers. Yuexiahei even wanted to personally compensate the author of Zhu Xian with 100,000 yuan. He was a little confused. Didn't he become a whore and still want to build a memorial archway for himself? If the author of Zhu Xian really wins, does he need your 100,000 yuan? Even if he loses, he can make money by writing such a popular book as Zhu Xian. 2e. The moon is dark, the font is enlarged and bold, the 2 big words occupy a small space in the group. Through these 2 big words we can see the determination of the moon is dark. A few minutes later. All right. Can. There was nothing to say. In fact, they also wanted to help Master Chuang in their hearts, but they were just trying to protect their reputation. After all, they were friends for many years. Master Chuang had already told them that he would attack the Supreme God this time. Several of them had even slaughtered Master Chuang mercilessly. They couldn't bear to watch him fail in his attack on the Supreme God. The 2 big words were like a charge horn. The 3 of them fell silent and opened the author's back end. After just over 10 minutes, the 3 of them posted their chapters at the same time. Chapter 17, The Killer. The single chapter about the 3 supreme gods directly shocked everyone in the online literature circle. All major author groups, reader groups, novel forums, and novel editors were all stunned. The appeal of the three supreme gods is not just talk, it is a real fan base, and the single chapter jointly released by the three of them took effect within a few minutes. The data of Chuang Jinren's novels increased rapidly, and he re-topped the rankings. The number of collections, recommendations, and monthly tickets increased exponentially, surpassing Zhu Xian by a dozen. In just a few minutes, the book review area of Chuang Jinren was flooded with rewards, and alliance leaders emerged one after another, directly breaking the record of Fengyun Chinese website for novels being put on the shelves on the same day, the fastest data of 100 alliances. On the other hand, the book review area of Zhuxian is still closed, which is in sharp contrast to the lively scene on the side of Master Chuang. Although there are also red rewards here, looking at the obvious gap in the novel data between the two sides, a feeling of sadness lingers in the hearts of all fans who like the novel Zhuxian. Bar. Disgusting. So fucking disgusting. In the novel lovers PP group, Wan Hai angrily cursed the three supreme gods of Fengyun Chinese website. Although he had been slapped in the face by the novel Zhuxian, it was also his own mistake and he could not blame others. Therefore, he has always not commented or participated, but just watched the show. This time, the three supreme gods of Fengyun Chinese website jointly published a single chapter to support the behavior of Chuang Jinren. No matter how fantastic their writing was, in Wan Hai's opinion, it was a joint effort to suppress newcomers. He really couldn't stand it, so he couldn't help but denounce this behavior in the group. Wan Hai's scolding was like a stone that caused 1,000 waves. Various accounts flew in the PP group. Some group members who liked to talk nonsense didn't care whether the text they sent would be blocked, and the dirty words came out along the keyboard. Bullshit three supremes, why not just call them Fengyun 3? What benefit did Master Chuang give them that makes them so eager to help? You don't understand this, right? PY trading is still very powerful. Maybe a few people, you know. Wan Hai frowned as he watched the chat box become more and more obscene. Although all the book friends in the group were indignant, they had already let it go after they had cursed. After all, most of them were just spectators and could not empathize with the author of Zhuxian. The win or loss of a novel was not a big deal for the book friends. At most, they would just stop reading the novels written by Fengyun 3. Why? Wan Hai sighed helplessly and stopped the increasingly obscene topics in the group. He also fired a few people who posted pornographic pictures. Although he couldn't stand it, he could only watch helplessly. This feeling was very suffocating. He was an uploader for online novels and had seen a lot of despicable memes, but this situation was the first time he had seen it. He made up his mind to record this incident truthfully and record all the dirty deeds of these people to let the majority of netizens see what a villain is and what it means to be a whore and still want to build a memorial archway. I adjusted my mood and opened Zhuxian's homepage, wanting to see what his response would be. Mu Chen had received the message from his editor as soon as possible. He read the individual chapters of the three supreme gods in silence, and a fire suddenly rose in his heart. The individual chapters of the other two were quite standard, just about meeting friends and helping Master Chuang. But this supreme god called Uxiahe made Mu Chen sick. What the fuck do you mean? He compensated me with 100,000 yuan afterwards. This is too light of a thought. He didn't take me seriously at all and treated me like a beggar. There is an old saying that goes, when a common man is angry, blood will splatter 5 steps. This sentence can perfectly describe Mu Chen's current mood. As a barefoot new author, he is not afraid of these methods. The worst that can happen is that he will continue to be a factory dog. I opened my author background. Although I am now in decline, I cannot surrender without a fight. I put my hands on the keyboard and posted a single chapter to reply to them. Each chapter has very few words and is a poem on earth. Mu Chen believes that they can definitely understand it. The flowers in the hall intoxicate 3,000 guests, and the sword chills 14 states. Mu Chen gritted his teeth and became ruthless. He was going to do something big today. He was going to kill a god. No matter which online writer Chuang Jinren asked, he was going to poke a hole in Fengyun Chinese website today. He glanced at the lower right corner of the screen, checked the time, and then moved his hands. Okay. His trump card has to be brought out, and the game officially begins now. Fengyun Chinese website is a place where many authors have passed their teachings, and miracles never fail to happen. Online literature is very inclusive, and there are many readers, including many authors who have become famous with one book. Mu Chen believes that even if he loses, he will still leave a great reputation in the online literature circle. Of course, history is written by the victors, and by that time, it will not be up to him whether he has a good reputation or a bad reputation. Mu Chen cancelled the PP account that kept ringing. He felt like laughing. He wasn't panicking yet, but his editor was panicking and kept sending him PP messages. As soon as Mu Chen's single chapter came out, countless people flocked to Fengyun Chinese website, wanting to see which author was so self-defeating as to want to fight when he was already doomed to lose. The vast crowd of spectators were talking about it, wanting to see what he had to fight with. The effect was good. Within a few minutes of the single chapter being published, the data of Zhu Xian increased significantly. I don't know whether the spectators felt sorry for him or admired him. No matter how the spectators viewed it, Mu Chen decisively uploaded the 10,000 words he had just coded. Mu Chen's typing speed is very fast now, thanks to the original owner. He feels sorry for the original owner now. After all, the original owner trained his body and his typing speed through playing games for a living. He did nothing but inherited everything from the original owner, which is very useful to Mu Chen now. Mu Chen doesn't have to think about the plot, and with such a fast hand speed, it is really easy for him to release an update. Mu Chen has read Master Chuang's novels. Although the plot seems a bit old-fashioned to Mu Chen, the writing style and the large number of details in the novel are definitely not something that can be written in a short time. Mu Chen guessed that Master Chuang might have some manuscripts saved, but definitely not many. This is what Mu Chen is betting on. He doesn't believe that Master Chuang can come up with the plot at once, take into account the details of the writing style, and update more frequently. If Master Chuang has a brain attack and doesn't consider these things, and follows him to update more frequently, then his novel will probably be unbearable to read, and it will definitely be filled with a lot of water words. It is definitely impossible to update according to the schedule now, so let the update take care of everything. There will be plenty of updates, and Mu Chen doesn't believe that he can't win. There was still a lot of time left. Mu Chen sneered and muttered to himself, "I want to see how many manuscripts you have saved." Chapter 18, first on the 4 lists. Today is destined to be an uneasy day for Fengyun Chinese website. The sudden update of new works after they are put on the shelves is nothing new for authors and readers, but the sudden update of Zhu Xian today shocked everyone. Too fierce. Who has ever seen an update every half an hour, and the update continues without interruption? Mu Chen held a cigarette in his mouth, stared at the screen, and typed on the keyboard. His clothes were soaked with sweat, but he didn't notice it at all. He sat in front of the computer and typed without distraction. He is now risking his life. Even if he fails, he has to fight for his reputation. Mu Chen doesn't think that he can defeat a veteran Fengyun master by just updating a few chapters. If he doesn't work hard now, he might as well just admit defeat and surrender. It can be said that Mu Chen has redefined what explosive updates mean. Mu Chen has no habit of admitting defeat, and he doesn't want to give up even if there is only the slightest chance. At this moment, he forgot why he updated the article so frequently, and forgot that he is just a cultural carrier. Even now, winning or losing is no longer important to him. He just wants to write down the words in his mind, word by word. Long Kong Forum. Everyone went crazy. The onlookers were shocked by Mu Chen's sudden update, and the fans of Zhu Xian were so excited that they could hardly control themselves. The public's focus has gradually shifted, from the battle between the two novels, to the involvement of the 3 supreme gods of Fengyun, to the current speculation about how many manuscripts Mu Chen has in stock. Both excited and nervous. All the authors of Fengyun Chinese website are getting excited. As the saying goes, the throne takes turns, and next year it will be my turn. Why do the 3 supreme gods of Fengyun Chinese website occupy the toilet without doing anything? They update less than 2 chapters in 3 days and a half months, and still have the nerve to join hands to suppress newcomers. It's time for them to give up their positions. Although they may not be able to write a best-selling novel in their entire life, it does not hinder them from wanting to move the 3 mountains of Fengyun Chinese network. They all came from the period of new authors. If they were suppressed like this in the beginning, would they still be able to write novels well? Where there is oppression, there is resistance. When one of the unsuccessful new authors on Fengyun Chinese website clearly cheered for Mu Chen in his novel, it instantly ignited the anger of all the unsuccessful authors. A single spark can start a prairie fire. When numerous failed authors emerged one after another like mushrooms after rain, the reputation of the 3 supreme gods and Master Chuang plummeted to the bottom. Which flop author doesn't he have a few fans? When all the new authors and flop authors unite together, they instantly burst out with super cohesion. Everyone knew before that the three supreme gods of Fengyun Chinese website were someone you absolutely could not afford to mess with, and if you weren't careful you would be attacked by their fans. But now it's different, and the public anger is hard to appease. A person who dared to break the status quo appeared. Facing the siege of three supreme gods and a veteran god, Zhu Xian did not back down and chose to fight hard. When the first leader appeared, the situation immediately became a little different. Before everyone could react, Zhu Xian quietly surpassed Zhuangzhenren again and returned to the top of the ranking. The book review section of Zhu Xian is still blocked. Readers and authors who are dissatisfied with the three supreme gods of Fengyun Chinese website have turned their indignation into red rewards that fill the screen. What is the face of the card? When the homepages of 10 Zhu Xian are red, then the red information of Zhuangzhenren will appear. When the homepage of Fengyun Chinese website was constantly red, the following time became the stage for a book called Zhu Xian. Ranked first in recommendation votes. First on the monthly ticket list. First on the new book list. Number 1 on the bestseller list. Ranked first on the 4 lists of Zhu Xian, it completely announced that the suppression by Master Chuang and the three supreme gods had failed. More than 500 alliance leaders are listed on the Zhu Xian fan list, and this result completely suppresses Master Chuang. In the editorial department of Fengyun Chinese website, all editors gathered behind Chen Feng, staring at the computer screen. They have been paying attention to this war ever since the three supreme gods left the battlefield. Each of the three supreme gods of Fengyun has made great achievements for Fengyun Chinese website, so they all have to be polite to them. And now, even after these people joined forces, they still lost. This dramatic ending left all the editors stunned. When the first of the 4 lists of Zhu Xian appeared, all the editors gasped. First. This is the first time since the establishment of Fengyun Chinese website that 4 rankings have been ranked first. Even the three supreme gods of Fengyun have never had such a result. Although their books are ranked in the top 3 on the best-selling list for many years, there is always one missing in other lists, falling into a strange vicious circle: critically acclaimed but not commercially popular but not critically acclaimed. It is only because these 3 people have so many fans that they occupy the best-selling list all year round. But now a new author appears out of nowhere, and once he does something, it's fine, but once he does, it's earth-shattering. Chen Feng now felt like his head was about to explode, his heart was about to beat out of his throat, and he couldn't help but jump more than 30 feet high. But he forgot that there were many editors surrounding him. It didn't matter that he jumped, but the editors behind him were all knocked to the ground by him without paying attention. Damn, Chen Feng, can you control yourself a little? Har har har, don't blame him. If you had such a great god, you might not be as good as him. Okay. Editor-in-chief Ching Feng covered his chin, glared at Chen Feng, then waved his hand with a smile to interrupt the laughter of several people. It is a big deal for Fengyun Chinese Network that an author has written such an incredible work. Ching Feng believes that if Fengyun Chinese Network is not careful, it will definitely become a laughingstock if such an author is poached. New work, new book, ranked first on the 4 lists of Baimeng on the first day of listing, and updated frequently. Among all the authors in the entire online literature circle, only a few can achieve this in a year. This kind of achievement is something that many authors have dreamed of. But now the dream has come true. This powerful author has really appeared in front of everyone, and he has left the old masters without any chance of fighting back. The most amazing thing is that this happened when Fengyun Chinese website was leaning towards the old masters. You should know that the book review section of Zhu Xian has not been unblocked yet. Immediately, hold an event to celebrate Zhu Xian's reaching the top. Chen Feng, don't be so happy. Sign a new contract right away and let the author of Zhu Xian make any requests. Fengyun Chinese Network has been the leader in the online literature world for so many years thanks to its strong financial resources, a relaxed creative environment for excellent authors, and sincere contracts customized for each great author. I don't know how many excellent authors it has brought into the same circle. All the editors gathered together, looking at Chen Feng with envy. Step to success. Although Chen Feng is a new editor, everyone now knows that he must not be underestimated in the future. When one person succeeds, everyone around him will benefit. As long as Chen Feng does not resign and as long as he is still the contracted editor of Zhu Xian, it will be like having a golden medal of immunity from death. Chapter 19, Resounding in the Internet Literature World. sleepy and tired. This was Mu Chen's first feeling. Mu Chen did not expect that this battle would last so long. He raised his sore hands, rubbed his eyes, and a stone in his heart fell to the ground. Although Mu Chen is not afraid of things, he still feels a little stressed when things really happen. Fortunately, he made the right bet, and Chuang Jinjin only finished more than 20 chapters, and then she could no longer keep up with his speed. When numerous readers, one vote at a time, sent Zhu Xian to the top of the rankings, and when numerous new authors shared a common hatred for the enemy and contributed a penny or two to send it to the bestseller list, Mu Chen knew that he had won. It can be said that this move by Chuang Jinren was obviously a bad one. Chuang Jinren could never have expected that Mu Chen's unwillingness to admit defeat would arouse the anger of all the new authors of Fengyun Chinese website. Mu Chen had to thank them, because it was because of their suppression that he created a new record in the online literature industry, ranking first on 4 lists. Konglong, Reader Group, Book Review Section. A bunch of night owls in the online literature world were all in a frenzy. A feat like a new author taking on 4 people alone was something that only happened once in hundreds of years. The most unexpected thing was that he won, by beating them head-on. It can be said that the title of the novel, Zhu Xian, is really far-sighted, and it really allows him to kill the 3 supreme gods of Fengyun Chinese network. There have been constant disputes since Zhu Xian was uploaded. It turns out that this person is destined to have a great mission, and he has reached the top by stepping on 3 supreme gods and a veteran great god. On the other hand, Master Chuang and his group quietly deleted all the chapters. Although Chuang Jinren's achievements are still unattainable for most authors, now apart from his loyal fans, few people take him seriously. Fengyun Chinese website, the novel about the 3 supreme gods, has seen a sharp drop in subscriptions and has fallen out of the top 3 in sales. It is obvious that the gods are somewhat unstable, and a large number of sarcastic comments have appeared in the book review section. As one grew stronger, the other declined. Mu Chen's pen name, a black flower, became famous in the online literature world. Although Mu Chen has completely established his position in online literature with overwhelming achievements, he does not have any completed novels to his name, so he cannot be called the supreme god yet. He is just a name without substance. Once Zhu Xian is completed, the pen name Yiduo Heihua will be bathed in his godlike achievements and will be crowned with a yellow robe. PP Conference Group. The moon was dark, Erhua also said, their wine and meat master, Chuang Jinren, the 4 of them were all surprised, and they all wilted. Chuang Jinren's eyes were dull as he stared at the screen for a long time. A feeling of powerlessness emanated from his whole body. He placed his hands on the keyboard and weakly tapped the keys. I'm sorry, guys. I've caused trouble for everyone. After saying this, Master Chuang's shoulders slumped a little more, as if all the energy in his body had been drained, and he leaned weakly on the chair. Since ancient times, debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. This incident was entirely caused by him alone. Ever since he started writing novels, perhaps because of his talent, or because he entered the circle too early, he has been smooth sailing since his first novel, and he has easily achieved enviable results. It was also because of his achievements that made him arrogant and aggressive, and turned himself into a villain who would do anything to suppress newcomers. He put all his heart and soul into this attack on the supreme god, and made many small moves, but still lost so badly and owed a lot of favors to others. Maybe he is really old, and he really feels overwhelmed this time. He can't keep up with the speed of updating Zhu Xian, his plot is not as exciting as others, and he has even lost the most basic mass base. He tried his best, fought hard, but someone came up with a record of being the first in for charts. It must be said that this is a kind of irony. But what can he do? He can only watch as he is just one step away from becoming the supreme god of online literature. Can he not fight for it? Since he started writing novels, he has been stuck in the ranks of great writers. Is it wrong for him to want to take a step towards becoming the supreme god? Master Chuang lit a cigarette dejectedly, the smoke slowly dissipated, and he reorganized his thoughts. He had to think of a way. He would not be satisfied unless he became the supreme god, even if he was beaten to death. In the meeting group, Yuexia cancelled, it's okay, don't lose heart, if you can't beat this kind of fierce man, then just don't beat him. Yuexia, as a loyal fan of Chuang Jinren, was the first to break the awkward atmosphere. Yuexia was the most abused among the few people present. After all, his single chapter took all the blame. Juru Darda, okay, it's not a big deal. Everyone, talk less and make less trouble. Let's deal with it calmly. It will be fine after this period. Without saying anything, he said, no, we can't just ignore it. Both sides must agree to ignore it. Otherwise, if you ignore it, Zhu Xian will bring it up from time to time, and you will ignore it. As soon as these words were spoken, the conference group fell into deathly silence. Yes. If you want to deal with it coldly, you have to ask the other party whether they agree or not. Why should they be suppressed and cooperate with the cold treatment? This is too disrespectful of them. Each of the 4 people was speechless. If this happened to them, they would definitely give the victim a good beating. Juru Darda, it seems that I thought it was too simple. From the pen name of Juru Darda, we can know that he is a generous and magnanimous person. The style of his novels emphasizes the pleasure of revenge. He didn't want to get involved in this matter, but the word righteousness in Uxiahe moved him, so he followed them. Without saying a word, he sent a string of ellipses. In his opinion, this matter was not a matter of fact at all. Should he handle it coldly? Shouldn't he apologize to the author of Zhu Xian? After all, he was just writing books and didn't offend anyone, but suddenly they joined forces to suppress him. Who would be in a good mood if this happened? It was such a shameful thing, and he still wanted others to cooperate in dealing with it coldly. He said it without saying a word. For the first time, he felt that the title of the supreme god of Fengyan Chinese network was not so good, but they had been friends for many years, and he was embarrassed to curse them out loud. Without further ado, I made up my mind to find time to apologize to the author of Zhu Xian. It is enough to be involved in such an incident once. There are many talented people in the online literature world. Since I can't stop their rise, I will just apologize honestly and make good friends with them. He has repaid the favor and is not going to get involved in the muddy water with them. He has already made up his mind and is ready to lie down and let the ridicule go on. After all, he has done it, so why shouldn't you scold him? Seeing that there was still a string of ellipsis marks on the screen, I knew their attitude immediately. They hadn't figured it out yet and were still trying to suppress the author of Zhu Xian. He sneered, pulled over the keyboard, spoke a few words, and quickly exited the meeting group. To make a mistake and not correct it is called a mistake. Chapter 20. Why are you here? The weather in June is like a child's face, it changes in an instant. Last night the sky was full of stars, but when I woke up in the morning, it was covered with dark clouds and soon it started to rain heavily. Achoo! Achoo! Mu Chen wrapped his clothes around himself and closed the window that had been open all night. The illness came like a mountain. Mu Chen touched his dizzy head, pulled the folded blanket over, wrapped himself up, and muttered, "What a lousy weather." Last night, it was so hot that he couldn't even cover himself with a blanket, so he opened the window, wore only his shorts, and slept soundly all night. Unexpectedly, he caught a cold and had a fever during the night. He had no strength in his body and lay on the bed gasping for breath. Mu Chen didn't want to care about anything at the moment. What big battles, what updates, what first place in the rankings, all of it was bullshit. He had been under too much pressure these days and needed to take a good rest. He consoled himself in this way, closed his eyes and gradually fell asleep. At the same time, on Fengyan Chinese website, there was a big red celebratory headline, and in the book review section of Zhu Xian, many people were discussing the plot and eagerly awaiting the update. Zhang Xiaofan is so miserable. The secret he was determined to keep even at death turned out to be the real murderer. I didn't expect that the self-proclaimed upright Tianyin temple would be so shameless. They even dared to righteously tell Zhang Xiaofan to let bygones be bygones. How could they have the nerve to do that? The people above have thought about it, right? It's not entirely Tianyin temple's fault. If Qingyun sect hadn't been so servile, this wouldn't have happened. Bullshit. You are such a perverted theory. Are you also a thief bold from Tianyin temple? Who is the heroine of Zhu Xian, Lu Zueki or Bai Yao? Are you going to open a harem and take them all in? As the record-breaking number 1 on the 4 lists, Zhu Xian is now receiving special attention. The inciting comments in the book review section are gone, and the sarcastic comments have been quickly deleted and warned. It is completely different from when Mu Chen first published the book. Readers and fans were discussing the matter enthusiastically, but Mu Chen was still drowsy and restless in his sleep, as if he had forgotten something. Zhu Xian became famous in the online literature circle because of its 1-on-4 relationship. There are countless authors and editors of other websites waiting for updates, all wanting to study the reasons why this novel became so popular. Countless online writers are inquiring about the identity of Zhu Xian's author Yijuo Heihua. If they could really dig it out for their own website, it would be a huge achievement. However, in major website forums, novel groups, and the book review section of Fengyan Novel Network, there has been no update on Zhu Xian, and the discussion has turned sour. Why hasn't it been updated yet? Has the author not woken up yet? No way. Is Heater always on time? Then look at the time now. Oh my goodness, it's time to get off work now, and Zhu Xian hasn't been updated yet. Even though I was exhausted from updating yesterday, I still have to write a separate chapter to talk about it. With the speed of updating yesterday, no one would say anything even if I opened a single chapter to ask for leave. But now there is nothing, and the updates have stopped without a word. Many fans were worried that something had happened to him, and frantically sent private messages to his author account, but all of them fell on deaf ears, with no response at all. Fengyan Chinese website editorial department. Chen Feng was almost going crazy. He turned on his computer and held his mobile phone. He kept sending messages on the PP number on the computer. Is the boss here? What's wrong with the boss? He was also calling Mu Chen in his hand. Starting from noon today, readers began to speculate what had happened to Mu Chen and why he hadn't updated yet. Was it because he updated too much and something unexpected happened? As an author who is currently the focus of Fengyan Chinese website, Mu Chen will certainly not ignore it. Because of this incident, even the editor-in-chief Qing Feng was paying attention to it. All the editors delayed their get-off work and used their PP numbers to contact Mu Chen again and again. They would leave work when they were able to contact Mu Chen. We cannot but take it seriously. The customer service phone number of Fengyan Chinese website is almost blown up by readers of Zhu Xian. The most shocking thing is that Fengyan Chinese website has even received inquiry calls from 110. It was getting later and later. Editor-in-chief Qing Feng sat in the air-conditioned office, not feeling the coolness at all, and was filled with anxiety. Qing Feng frowned, veins bulged on his right hand holding the mouse, and he cursed in his heart. He made up his mind that he must add a clause to the contract in the future, prohibiting unexplained interruptions and emergency contacts from turning off their phones. I can't get through to anyone on the phone. Contacted. There was a cheer coming from outside the door. Mu Chen woke up. He didn't know how long he had slept. He touched his still dizzy forehead, lifted the quilt and struggled to sit up. Mu Chen suddenly froze, rubbed his eyes, and looked at the bedside table again. Where did you get the medicine? Mu Chen had no intention of taking medicine for minor ailments like colds and fevers, and he thought they would go away if he just endured it. Staring at the medicine on the table in a daze, he muttered to himself, I remember that I didn't go out at all. Did I fall asleep and sleepwalk and buy it? Mu Chen no longer cared whether he was dizzy or not. He quickly stood up, straightened his clothes, picked up his phone and pressed a few buttons, but there was no response. It turned out that the phone was out of battery. Mu Chen didn't know that his phone was dead because all the editors of Fengyan Chinese website called him. He just didn't hear anything because he was in a deep sleep due to a cold and fever. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, put it in his mouth, and without lighting it, he slowly walked towards the door. Just as he opened it, Mu Chen was stunned, and the cigarette in his mouth instantly fell to the ground. What Mu Chen saw was a stunningly beautiful woman with light makeup on. Her watery eyes were staring at him without blinking, with a hint of blame in them. Why are you back? Mu Chen's heart was beating wildly and he spoke tentatively. Mu Chen couldn't tell whether he was frightened by her sudden appearance or shocked by her delicate little face. It was a bit embarrassing. Mu Chen's current image was not very good. He went to bed without cleaning up yesterday's update. In addition, he had a cold and fever, and he was sweating all over under the quilt. It was really not a good smell. Su Qingxue rolled her beautiful eyes at him, wrinkled her nose helplessly, and snorted in a pretentious manner. Aren't you going to let me in? Mu Chen felt a little scalp tingling. He could never have expected that the landlord would suddenly come back with an angry look on his face. He had been updating the content honestly these days and hadn't gone out to cause any trouble. Mu Chen didn't know what was going on, but he actually felt like he had done something bad and was caught by his parents. He habitually took out a cigarette from his pocket, trying to ease his emotions. Just as he put it in his mouth, he saw a flash in front of his eyes, and the cigarette in his mouth drew a beautiful arc in the air. Mu Chen was startled and opened his mouth, but in the end he couldn't say anything. Chapter 21 Little Devil. Although he was extremely panicked, Mu Chen still pretended to be calm, turned sideways and made way for the door. Su Qingxue glared at him unhappily, walked to Mu Chen's bedside table, took the medicine on it, curled her lips and felt a little confused. Are all boys so incapable of taking care of themselves? There is always a small medicine box for treating colds and fevers in her small living room. As long as you are not blind, you can definitely see it. Su Qingxue doesn't understand why he is so sick, but the medicine box is still there. Hey, go boil some water. Seeing Mu Chen still in a daze at the door, Su Qingxue frowned slightly and scolded him softly. What a joke! Mu Chen came to his senses and was a little confused. He was a patient now, so shouldn't he be the one being taken care of? But now he didn't dare to offend Su Qingxue. Although the attitude of this beautiful landlord was very unfriendly, Mu Chen felt a little warm in his heart, and his feeling towards Su Qingxue increased a little bit. After all, it feels good to have someone care about you. Mu Chen took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Who knows who will get such a beautiful and thoughtful woman in the future? He walked out of the room feeling somewhat depressed, and dragged his groggy body to the kitchen to fetch water and boil it. Mu Chen was very confused now. He didn't understand why the landlord suddenly came back and knew that he was sick. I have no friends in this world and I am just a homebody. Who leaked the news? Su Qingxue frowned and looked at the pigsty-like room. Her beautiful eyes suddenly filled with anger. She turned her head with a fierce look on her pretty face and glared in the direction of the kitchen. The room seemed very quiet late at night. Su Qingxue slowly suppressed her anger, but she felt a little curious. What kind of earth-shattering novel did this piece of wood write on Fengyan Chinese website that made her receive a call as soon as she turned on her phone? It was so urgent that it scared her. She thought something had happened to this piece of wood. She had also come across online novels, but no one had ever made such a big fuss over the discontinuation of updates. The person on the phone said that someone even called the police because of this piece of wood. Su Qingxue's strong curiosity made her heart feel like it was being scratched by a cat. She looked in the direction of the kitchen, tiptoed to the computer and sat down, biting her lips. After hesitating for a long time, she finally couldn't help it. She stretched out her right hand, held the mouse, and clicked it lightly. The screen lit up instantly. Find the author background of Fengyan Chinese Network from the taskbar, and search for it according to the author's name above. Su Qingxue's heartbeat quickened and her pretty face flushed. After all, what she was doing now was secretly checking other people's privacy, which was an immoral act. There was a drizzle outside the window. The sound of the rain was like a stream of autumn in the hot summer. Su Qingxue shivered and tightened her clothes. She was gradually immersed in the world of Zhuxian, chapter by chapter. Mu Chen in the kitchen held his breath and dared not make any sound. He carefully brought down the boiling water and poured it into cups, 1 cup in each hand. He moved cautiously and used his elbow to push open the half-open door, feeling a little nervous. I didn't do anything wrong. I guess the landlord just came back to get something. He was afraid that something might happen to me, so he discovered that he was sick, which delayed his return. I comforted myself in this way, and my nervousness gradually subsided. But as soon as he entered the room, he saw Su Qingxue sitting in front of his computer, staring at the screen intently. The curvy figure, wrapped tightly in clothes, outlines a perfect and breathtaking curve, which makes people worry whether the thin layer of fabric can bear this heavy responsibility. A pair of snow-white jade legs overlapped together, and the lethality that burst out unconsciously instantly killed Mu Chen. A warm current flowed out of the nose and slowly flowed out. Broken. Mu Chen realized that no matter whether he had a runny nose due to a cold or a nosebleed due to anger, it would be a socially disastrous event in front of this beautiful landlord. His face turned black and he quickly covered his mouth with his arms. Since both hands were holding water cups, his posture was very strange. Su Qingxue was in a panic. After all, it was very embarrassing to be caught touching other people's personal belongings. She suddenly jumped up from the computer chair, and her knees suddenly hit the computer desk, making a loud bang. "Arr!" Su Qingxue screamed, tears instantly filling her eyes. At the same time, she was extremely angry and a little mad. If it weren't for him, would she have gotten hurt? Why was she either angry or hurt after only seeing him a few times? Mu Chen was frightened by the sudden situation. His body trembled violently, and the 2 cups of hot water in his hands shook and spilled on his hands. Ouch. There is a saying that goes, when your hands can no longer bear it, you will naturally learn to let go. Mu Chen is in this state now. The cup in his hand fell to the ground with two bangs. The water vapor was lingering. He seemed to see the landlord burst into laughter in a trance. Mu Chen froze in place, looking at the crying and laughing landlord in astonishment. He couldn't figure out why she was gloating over his misfortune. He glared at her fiercely and muttered inwardly, "Why didn't I knock you to death?" Mu Chen couldn't help but curse in his heart. It's really infuriating. My hands are almost burned because of her, but she is still crying and laughing. Mu Chen was a little bit angry. He glanced at her and couldn't help but sigh secretly. He ignored her. In Mu Chen's eyes, this beautiful landlord had long become a little devil who could only bring disasters. Nothing good would happen if he met her. Mu Chen covered his forehead with his right hand, which was burned red. He felt that his cold had worsened. He didn't know if it was because he was angry with the landlord, or if it was just a natural aggravation. Under Su Qingshue's astonished eyes, Mu Chen carefully walked around her, threw himself on the bed, and pulled the quilt over himself without thinking. Whether on Earth or in this world, Mu Chen had never been so sick before, and he didn't even have the strength to speak. Mu Chen no longer cared about the issue of politeness. Although the current landlord was a bit like a little devil in his eyes, he was a living person, and Mu Chen believed that if the landlord really wanted to kill him, it would take some effort. The room seemed quiet for a moment, and the noise from the street in the distance could be faintly heard. Mu Chen lay on the bed, feeling weak and sore all over. His head was dizzy, his body was hot and cold, and fatigue came over him like a tide, gradually drowning him. He forced himself to cheer up, tilted his head, opened one eye, and secretly observed Su Qingxue. She was still very scared. After all, his current behavior was definitely not very friendly to her. Chapter 22, Not Enlightened. Unexpectedly, Su Qingxue was looking at him with an aggrieved look on her face. She glared at him with her eyes that had just been crying, then got up from the chair with difficulty, moved slowly, and limped out of the room. Mu Chen opened one eye and watched Su Qingxue leave his room. He heaved a sigh of relief. His nervousness instantly disappeared and he was completely relieved. I closed my eyes and turned over with great effort. My head was still very dizzy, so I chose a more comfortable position and gradually fell asleep in a daze. Let me explain this on two sides. Su Qingxue clenched her fists and punched the sofa pillow hard, cursing as she did so, "Dead wood, stinky wood, rotten wood." His towering chest rose and fell, and it was obvious that he was very angry. Su Qingxue was speechless. Did she owe him something in her previous life? That was why nothing good happened when they met. She rubbed her red knees, feeling aggrieved. She sniffed and tried hard not to let the tears fall. His kindness is really taken for granted, Su Qingxue muttered, and glanced at the guy lying on the bed. Inexplicably, the anger that was originally there suddenly disappeared without a trace. Su Qingxue frowned her pretty brows and comforted herself in her heart not to argue with a patient. When her knee didn't hurt so much anymore, she stood up and walked to the kitchen, fetched some water and started the fire. Not long. The water boiled, and Su Qingxue didn't dare to take 2 cups by herself. After all, she had learned from the previous experience, and she was not like that guy who was thick-skinned and not afraid of the heat. Holding the kettle and picking up the cup from the door, he walked to the computer desk, carefully poured water, and took out a towel from the bathroom, wet it, and hastily covered Mu Chen's forehead. Seeing that he had no reaction, he suddenly felt angry. This piece of wood doesn't even know to take medicine when he's sick. He angrily took out a few pills from the table and held them in his hand. He was already angry and didn't want to be polite at this time. Bang! As if to vent his anger, he slapped Mu Chen, "Get up and take medicine." Su Qingxue was a little annoyed and stared at him menacingly. Mu Chen woke up when she walked in, but he pretended to be asleep because he didn't know what to say to her. He was a little touched when he saw the landlord pouring water and taking medicine for him, but who knew that he was suddenly slapped by her and almost died, and the little touch in his heart disappeared. Neither of them spoke and the atmosphere was a bit depressing. Mu Chen felt a little overwhelmed. He had never seen anyone take care of a patient like this before. If you don't know, you might think that the two people have some deep hatred. This scene is like the scene in TV dramas where a woman murders her husband. Seeing the anger in Su Qingxue's eyes growing more and more intense, Mu Chen was startled. He quickly gathered his strength and struggled to sit up. He propped the pillow up against his back and reached out to take the medicine from her. In this situation, even if the landlord had poison in her hand, he dared not refuse to take it. At least he would suffer less if he took it. The slap just now almost made him lose his soul. Su Qingxue put the medicine in his hand. When their hands touched inadvertently, Mu Chen's heart was moved. She was slender and smooth. Su Qingxue's body suddenly stiffened and her face turned red, because she felt that this guy's fingers seemed to bend and gently touch the palm of her hand. She subconsciously glanced at Mu Chen and found that he was leaning on the pillow calmly, with an expression as if nothing had happened. Su Qingxue was definitely not wrong. She was sure that this guy did it on purpose. She pursed her lips and suddenly an inexplicable emotion arose from her heart. Mu Chen's heart was also a little uneasy. He sniffed his nose and felt a little embarrassed. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that there was a murderous aura in the quiet room. The hairs on his body stood up and his scalp felt numb. He swore that he really didn't mean it. Mu Chen couldn't stand being looked at by her, so he reached out and picked up the cup on the bedside table, took a small sip to feel the temperature, then put all the medicine into his mouth and drank it all in one breath. Su Qingxue was stunned by the sight. There were so many pills and capsules of different sizes. She was shocked. She opened her mouth and swallowed the words that were about to come out. She wondered, wouldn't it make her choke? Is this how men take medicine? How big is the throat? 3 doubts in a row. Thanks. Mu Chen forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Su Qingxue was still shocked by his action of choking him just now. When she heard his hoarse voice, she was startled and nodded blankly. Inside the house. After taking the medicine and drinking a cup of hot water, he felt much more energetic. Looking at the ruddy-faced landlord, Mu Chen scratched his head guiltily, pondered for a moment, and asked, "Why are you back? Are there new singers joining the show?" Mu Chen is not a person who just types and entertains people every day. He had known from the entertainment news that the landlord was participating in the audition for new singers and performed well, successfully advancing into the top 10. Su Qingxue has gained a large number of fans with her excellent vocal conditions and good looks. Hearing Mu Chen's words, Su Qingxue was speechless. She tried hard to control her restless little fists, rolled her eyes at him, and asked back unhappily, "What do you think?" "I say? What the hell am I going to say? How would I know why you came back?" Mu Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he almost jumped out of his throat. A guess popped up in his mind. Could it be because of me? I thought carefully about today's experience and was very sure that he had not told anyone about his illness. It couldn't be because of me. In the quiet room, Mu Chen was wrapped in a quilt. His face, which had not been tidied up all day, was turning blue and white. He racked his brains but couldn't figure it out. His already heavy head seemed even heavier from overthinking. The atmosphere froze for a moment. Mu Chen glanced at the landlord secretly and muttered quietly, "Something must have been left at home." "What did you say?" Her fists stiffened, Su Qingxue's eyes were filled with anger, and she clenched her fists, feeling that all her worries along their way were in vain. Wood is wood, and it will never be able to open its mind. Chapter 23, No Explanation. Mu Chen shrank his head in fear, smiled awkwardly at her, waved his hands repeatedly, and said, "Nothing, nothing." Just kidding, with the landlord's current state, Mu Chen would never dare to repeat it a second time. Although he didn't know why she was so angry, Mu Chen would still judge the situation. Not to mention that in his current condition, he could withstand a few punches from the landlord, but just because the landlord boiled water and fed him medicine, Mu Chen had to be polite to him. Mu Chen leaned over to look at her, and just as he was about to say something soft, before he opened his mouth, he heard Su Qingxue's cold voice. "Fengyun Chinese website contacted me. As for why they contacted me, you should know." Mu Chen was stunned when he heard this. After a brief mental breakdown, he immediately sorted out the cause and effect. He screamed in his heart and suddenly became embarrassed. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly at her. Emergency contact, right. As a member of the Reborn army, an orphanage is standard, and Mu Chen is certainly no exception. It's normal that there are not many contacts in his phone. He remembered that when he signed the contract with Fengyun Chinese network, he filled in the only contact person in his phone, the landlord, in the emergency contact. But I never expected that it would be used so soon. My groggy head suddenly came to a realization. It must be because the update was interrupted and they couldn't contact me, so they called the emergency contact. Su Qingxue stood at the head of the bed, a faint smile flashed across her pretty face. She looked at Mu Chen's embarrassment, which was very interesting. She inexplicably felt a sense of pleasure in turning the tables, and snorted softly in her heart. Sure enough, this kind of wood should be dealt with in this way. Mu Chen glanced at her strangely. He felt as if a little devil with wings on its back, holding a fork and horns on its head, appeared above Su Qingxue's head, floating up and down. Eyes met. Snort. Su Qingxue raised her eyebrows, snorted coldly, and said with an expression that said, "You decide what to do." Mu Chen was stunned, feeling a little amused. Doesn't this pretty landlord know how cute her pretending to be cool and arrogant expression is? A feast for the eyes. There was an awkward atmosphere in the air. Mu Chen looked at her in a daze. Su Qingxue suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, her face turned red, and she avoided his gaze. She was in a complicated mood and didn't dare to look him in the eye. She rolled her eyes at him in embarrassment and lowered her head silently, tugging at the corner of her clothes with her fingers, feeling a little nervous. Su Qingxue secretly glanced at him. For some reason, she felt a kind of joy in her heart. The corners of her mouth curled up and she secretly said, "The wood has come to its senses. I'll change the emergency contact in a minute. Sorry to trouble you." Su Qingxue? Su Qingxue almost rolled her eyes to the sky when she heard this. Well, she thought too much. Wood is wood after all. Su Qingxue was discouraged. She opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. He raised his head and stared at Mu Chen blankly. After a while, the corners of his mouth cracked, and he forced a smile. He waved his hand and said, "You take a rest." Su Qingxue didn't wait for his reaction, turned around and left the room, muttering softly, "What a blockhead, dead blockhead." Why? Mu Chen was suddenly confused. What was going on? Should he be allowed to change it or not? Can't you just explain it clearly? Mu Chen muttered to himself, and suddenly felt a little discouraged. Years of single life made it impossible for him to understand women's minds. He shook his head in distress. The complexity of guessing what women really wanted to express was so great that it could be considered a research topic. Women's minds are really hard to figure out. Mu Chen felt a little tired, mentally exhausted. He sighed, threw back the quilt, sat up and walked to their computer. I have to ask for a leave. Fengyun Chinese Network has even called the landlord. I don't know what's going on with Fengyun Chinese Network. Isn't it very common for authors to stop updating? Why make such a fuss? Mu Cheng had just logged into his PP account when his computer speakers started to make a constant dinging sound and editor Chen Feng's avatar flashed wildly. I clicked on Chen Feng's avatar and opened the chat box. Messages came one after another like a waterfall, which was so overwhelming that my computer almost froze. Mu Chen was stunned. Is Heater here? Heater, please answer the phone. Heater, please make a sound. It was obvious that his editor was going crazy, repeating the same things over and over again. Mu Chen was sweating, not understanding what was going on. A string of question marks came back. Ding ding ding. Oh my god, immediate reply. Mu Chen was slightly stunned. Oh my dear hey DA, you finally replied, woo, woo. Just as Mu Chen was about to type a reply, editor Chen Feng sent him another message. Oh my god, what happened to you, Heater? Do you know that the customer service phone number of Fengyun Chinese website has been flooded with calls? What's going on? Mu Chen was shocked. He moved his finger slightly and sent a message quickly. What does the exposure of Fengyun Chinese website's customer service have to do with him? Mu Chen was a little dumbfounded. Is someone targeting him again? Looking at the message sent by Mu Chen Feng felt a headache. Could it be that Heater hasn't realized that he is so famous and still regards himself as an ordinary author? Even at this time, he still thinks it has nothing to do with him. I don't know whether to say that Mu Chen is careless or that he has not put himself in the right position. What's going on? It's all over the city now. You're still on the trending search on Weibo. Mu Chen? Is something wrong? I am just a small author. Is it necessary to use the term city in uproar and make it a trending search on Weibo? This must be a lie. Looking at the words sent by editor Chen Feng, Mu Chen curled his lips and refused to believe it even if he was beaten to death. You must be kidding. Mu Chen thought that Fengyan Chinese website was making a big deal out of nothing. The author had never stopped updating his works. It was just a small matter, and his editor Chen Feng must have wanted to scare him, so he exaggerated it. Can you please be more rational? My great editor. Mu Chen was speechless now. How could he have such an editor who liked to scare people? Oh. Chen Feng on the other side of the computer was almost driven crazy by him and nearly vomited blood on the computer screen. Why were all the authors under him so weird? The newcomers he signed were either eunuchs or had no achievements. The only big guy with explosive achievements didn't even know himself. Chen Feng now understands the helplessness other editors feel when they talk about their authors. This is just like taking care of a child in kindergarten. All kinds of explanations don't make sense. Chapter 24 Asking for leave. I stayed up all night yesterday, and was notified to do nucleic acid test during the day. I was so sleepy that I couldn't stand it any longer. Chapter 25 Beauty is a feast for the eyes. Chen Feng's face was full of bitterness. He slammed the keyboard heavily, wishing he could tie him up in a small dark room. I lost my temper, then pulled the keyboard over and started typing, sighing and patiently explaining. Boss, it's not that I'm irrational, it's just that this is a really serious matter. Can you recognize yourself? Do you know that readers have made 1,000 alliances for you in order to encourage you to update? Do you know that readers think you are exhausted? They have called the police. Boss, tell me, how can I be rational? Mu Chen was stunned, staring at the chat box in front of him in amazement, seriously doubting whether the person editor Chen Feng was talking about was him. In Mu Chen's opinion, not updating was just a trivial matter that he was used to seeing. Even though he was ranked first on the top for lists of Fengyan Chinese website, he was just an ordinary online writer. Occasionally not updating would not cause such a big fuss. Mu Chen curled his lips and opened his book review section doubtfully. What Chen Feng said was really too exaggerated. It would have been fine if he hadn't read it, but once he saw the book review section of Zhuxian, Mu Chen was shocked. The hairs on his body stood up, and the resentment of the readers in the book review section was soaring to the sky. Did the author have a sudden heart attack and ascend to heaven? Fuck Fengyan Chinese website, it's killing the authors. Heater, are you dead? If not, can you update? Can you please stop cursing? Has something really happened to the author? Seek the truth, Fengyan Chinese website should stop suppressing the popularity. Oh my god. Where did this rumor come from? Looking at the most highly praised reviews in the book review section, Mu Chen's face was filled with confusion. His already groggy head suddenly felt even heavier. He rubbed his stuffy nose and felt like he had a lot to complain about, but nowhere to complain. If Mu Chen had not been a human being in 2 lives and was full of resistance, he would probably have been cursed by these readers and fallen into misfortune and died on the spot. Ding ding ding. Chen Feng sent another message on PP, Big brother, please stop playing and update one more chapter. Bang bang, I'll kowtow to you. Mu Chen was speechless. What was his current state like? He looked at the hazy crescent moon outside the window and shook his head with a wry smile. The weather in summer was really changeable. In the end, Mu Chen finally figured out the whole story. With Chen Feng's earnest teachings, he also had a clearer understanding of his own positioning. So, is he so awesome now? However, it is definitely impossible for him to update now. He doesn't know what medicine the landlord gave him. He is feeling very sleepy and just wants to sleep. He sighed, ignored Chen Feng's request for an update, silently opened the author's backend, and edited a single chapter asking for leave. I'm sorry everyone today. I just had a cold and felt weak and drowsy all day, that's all. I'm not dead from overwork as everyone says. Summer weather is unpredictable, so please take good care of your health. Finally, I would like to thank all the readers and fans who care about me today. Thank you for your tips and your affirmation. The author hereby promises that he will not stop updating. Let us make progress together. More. After publishing the single chapter, Mu Chen finally calmed down the fans who were jumping up and down, and the pitiful editor Chen Feng. He breathed a sigh of relief and was a little speechless. It seemed that being an author was not an easy job. With so many crazy book fans, it would be difficult for him to slack off in the future. He pulled the chair behind him and fell on the bed. He felt as if his whole body was drained. He didn't want to move at all. He glanced at the scattered boxes of medicine on the table and his mouth curled up unconsciously. No words were spoken that night. When Mu Chen opened his eyes, the sun was already high in the sky. He stretched himself and felt a lot more energetic. As the saying goes, illness comes like a mountain falling, and goes like a thread being pulled out. He rubbed his nose, which only had one nostril for breathing, and gave a helpless smile. I slowly got up from the bed and walked out of the room, wondering in my heart whether this counted as living with Jiao Jiao and Qiao Qiao's roommate again. His stomach growled. Because of his illness, he just stayed in bed and slept yesterday without eating. Now his stomach was protesting. Mu Chen knew that he should cook and eat to replenish his energy. But when he thought that there was still someone in the room, Mu Chen had a headache. He didn't know how to face the coquettish landlord. Sure enough, as soon as I walked out of the room, I saw a girl sitting quietly next to the dining table. She had a bun on her head and was wearing home clothes. Even without makeup, she was as bright and charming as a flower, full of vitality and youthfulness. Who else could it be but Su Qingxue? Mu Chen was a little dazed for a moment. It must be that he opened the door in the wrong way. He touched his pounding heart. As a otaku who only liked the second dimension, no one could shake him. He didn't expect that the scene in front of him would cause a crack in his undefeated body, and his mind was shaken. Who says good looks can't be eaten? Then how does Mu Chen feel full now? It's really a feast for the eyes. Seeing Mu Chen coming out, Su Qingxue secretly glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. Seeing that he was in a daze, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up slightly. She smiled calmly, as if she didn't see Mu Chen. She lowered her head slightly, opened her rosy little mouth, and drank the millet porridge in small sips with a spoon. She is still angry now. Who told this piece of wood to be so stupid? Ever since she received the call from Fengyan Chinese website, she has been worried all the way. She tried her best to persuade Chen Dan to let her go, but she didn't expect that this person didn't say a single good word to her and was cold and indifferent to her. Her knees are still hurting now. Good morning. Mu Chen came back to his senses, put on a smile, and spoke first to break the silence. Su Qingxue still held the small spoon and drank the soup elegantly, pretending not to hear him and ignoring him. Mu Chen scratched his head, a little confused. Could it be that his vocal cords were damaged after catching a cold? Was it because his voice was too soft to hear? Good morning. After a long time, Mu Chen spoke again with a hoarse voice and a bit of apology. After all, his attitude towards the landlord last night was not very good. Su Qingxue glanced at him dimly, still ignoring him, throwing the small spoon in her hand into the empty bowl, and busying herself with cleaning the dishes on the table. Mu Chen felt terrible, and for a moment, he felt like he was dead. He was in a state of soul leaving his body. Otherwise, why didn't the landlord react at all after he greeted him twice? Chapter 26 Dazzling. She took a few tentative steps, but there was no response. She took a few more steps, but still no response. Seeing that the landlord was about to clear the dishes on the table, Mu Chen hurriedly took a few steps, stood in front of her and said, etc. Su Qingxue said nothing, stopped, raised her head and looked into his eyes. A cunning light flashed in her big eyes, and she waited quietly for Mu Chen's next words. Can you give me something to eat? Mu Chen felt a little embarrassed, and his voice became smaller and smaller, with a bit of guilt. After all, since they had known each other, it seemed that there had always been bumps and discord between them. But at the moment, he was really hungry. Seeing that there was still a lot of food left on the table, he licked his lips and cleaned it up for himself. Otherwise, it would be a waste of food. Apologize. Su Qingxue put down the dishes in her hands, sat down on the chair slowly, crossed her legs and swayed gently, her big eyes curved into crescent shapes. For some reason, she liked to see Mu Chen's frustrated look. Su Qingxue smiled triumphantly, feeling extremely happy. Mu Chen opened his mouth and was about to say an apology, but he inadvertently curled his lips, his Adam's apple moved, and he swallowed what he wanted to say. His eyes suddenly widened. Because of her sitting posture, Su Qingxue's pair of round and slender legs were outlined, revealing half of her white and tender calves. Her pink home sandals revealed her white and tender feet, and her 10 toes were dotted with a touch of bright red, which made her look cute, attractive and extremely dazzling. As Su Qingxue swayed, her cute little white feet flew up and down, and Mu Chen felt his throat a little dry. He was not a foot fetishist, but now looking at the jade feet still swaying up and down, Mu Chen changed his mind. He could be one too. At that moment, the air in the small living room became unusually quiet, and Mu Chen's breathing became heavy unconsciously. Su Qingxue noticed his gaze, and her face immediately turned red. She felt embarrassed and a little scared. She quickly adjusted her posture, put her legs together tightly, and held the sides of the chair tightly with her hands. I just felt my feet getting hot when he looked at me, and the feeling slowly spread to my whole body without me noticing. It was like a cooked shrimp, with so many unspeakable emotions in my heart, and my head became dizzy for a while. Eat, eat. No need to apologize. Su Qingxue suddenly spoke up, obviously a little flustered, and ran back to her room as if escaping, slammed the door shut and hid inside. Close the door. Su Qingxue panted and leaned against the door, covering her burning cheeks with both hands. She felt ashamed and angry, secretly cursing Mu Chen for being a pervert. When I thought of Mu Chen's eyes, I felt my face burning hot. I felt guilty for some reason. I stamped my feet in shame and anger, threw myself on the bed, pulled the quilt over my head and feet, and curled up on the bed. Mu Chen stood there in a daze, feeling that his thoughts were a little stuck. He gradually came to his senses by smelling the lingering smell of food in the air. What the hell is he doing? Mu Chen was a little crazy and yelled in his heart, thinking that he was completely ruined this time. Why was he so obsessed with it? His eyes moved to the tightly closed master bedroom door. As he imagined the landlord smashing a pillow, Mu Chen shuddered and smiled bitterly. In a trance, he seemed to hear the landlord scolding him for being a pervert. Slowly sitting on a chair beside the dining table, he couldn't help but feel a little headache, muttering to himself, "It seems that I have to intensify my exercise in the future to consume my anger." After a long time, Mu Chen simply washed up, came out of the bathroom, and finished the food on the table. He felt much more energetic. When he passed the master bedroom, he couldn't help but stop and thought about whether to knock on the door to apologize. After all, he had just scared the landlord away. The living room was quiet. Master Mu Chen stood at the door, pondering for a moment and sighing helplessly. Forget it. If he knocked on the door and apologized now, who knows what the landlord would think? If she misunderstood that he wanted to do something to her, he wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he wanted to. Mu Chen felt like a fool now, repeatedly failing in front of the landlord. Although he was just obsessed with sex and did nothing wrong, Mu Chen felt that his image in the eyes of the landlord had completely collapsed. Thinking of the scene at that time, Mu Chen felt extremely embarrassed. He felt that his luck had been a bit bad recently. First he caught a cold and had a fever, and then he died on the spot. He shook his head and didn't dare to stand at the landlord's door any longer. What if the landlord came out and saw him standing at the door? Mu Chen didn't dare to think about what would happen. The sun was scorching hot and some sweat appeared on Mu Chen's forehead. He didn't know whether it was because he was scared by the scene he imagined in his mind or because of the heat of the summer wave. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, a ringing sound came from the landlord's door, and Mu Chen, who was standing at the door, was startled. Oh shit, I'm in trouble. He quickly jumped up and fled the scene like a flash, and he didn't look like someone who had just recovered from a serious illness at all. I went into their house and closed the door. My heart was about to jump out of my throat. I wiped the sweat from my head. I felt a little amused and didn't know what to say. What's the big deal? If this kind of thing happens a few more times, it will be a feast for the eyes, but sooner or later he will be scared to death. I put my ear against the door and listened carefully to the noises in the room. It was very quiet, nothing was going on. The only sound I could hear was my own breathing, which sounded particularly heavy due to the tension. I let out a long sigh and leaned against the door. I don't know why I suddenly remembered a joke I heard on Earth. There was a man and a woman who slept in a bed. The woman drew a line in the middle of the bed and said to the man, "If you dare to cross the line at night, you are a beast." The next morning, the woman found that the man's clothes had not crossed the line, so she said to the man, "You are worse than a beast." Mu Chen felt that he was worse than the beast because he didn't dare. It was tiring, a man and a woman living alone under the same roof. It seemed this situation was unavoidable, but luckily his landlord was in the entertainment industry and he could only stay for a few days. His return this time was completely unexpected. If he hadn't been sick and stopped updating, Fengyan Chinese network would not have contacted the landlord. Fuck, update. As soon as Mu Chen thought of this, he shuddered. He hadn't updated yet. Yesterday, his editor Chen Feng begged him desperately to remember to update today. Last night, I heard Chen Feng say that he is now in the online literature world, and there are countless people eagerly waiting for him to update. This kind of unwarranted suspension of updates is enough once, and it must not happen a second time, otherwise his little heart really can't stand it, and he can't stand the torment. Chapter 27. Let us eat together. He stretched his body, pulled out a chair, sat on it, and opened his author background with ease. He did not update it immediately. He opened the book review area of Zhuxian and took a look at the resentful readers' comments. Mu Chen smiled lightly and thought to himself, it seems that the Earth's culture is not given for free. Although Mu Chen was just moving the materials, he also felt proud of it. After all, it was through his hands that the materials were spread in this world. Dog author, are you still not well from your cold? Who has the author's address? I'm a doctor and I can cure him. It's too late. The author died suddenly, let's just disperse. We can have the feast now. Looking at the latest comments that came into view, Mu Chen was speechless. These readers were too hard-hearted. They just stopped updating without any notice. These people are too much. They are not concerned about his physical condition first, but are making crazy jokes and urging him to update. Mu Chen felt that the world was a little too cruel to him. He closed the book review section with a depressed look on his face and pressed his hands on the keyboard slowly. Click, click. He pressed the mechanical keyboard at hand, the sound was crisp and pleasant, and a comfortable feel was transmitted to his fingertips. Suddenly, Mu Chen's mouth corners raised, and he smiled sinisterly. It was time to add fuel to the fire of the resentful readers. Let the readers of this world feel the pain. They know the plot of Zhuxian. Bai Yao died for Zhang Xiaofan, which was the climax of the abuse. Jie jie jie. Mu Chen sneered like a devil. He now likes this job as a novelist more and more. He slowly got into the state, putting the chapters in his mind together word by word along with his hands. Now the plot has developed to the point where the Dharma image of Tianyin Temple has just told the truth. Zhang Xiaofan's mentality collapsed. The secret he had been silently guarding seemed like a huge joke. The plot whereby Yao would cast the blood curse was about to begin. Mu Chen believed that these hard-hearted readers of his would definitely feel like they were in heaven. After making up his mind, Mu Chen sat back and posted a single chapter first, telling his readers to wait patiently, and then he kept typing silently in the room. One person, one computer, one miracle, and he didn't stop until the evening. Mu Chen had learned his lesson this time. As an online writer, how could he publish all his saved manuscripts at once? Take this cold for example. If he had kept a chapter of saved manuscripts, he wouldn't have been interrupted. There wouldn't have been so many troubles caused by the reader's discontinuation of updates, the landlord wouldn't have come back out of worry, and the social death incident this morning wouldn't have happened. I shook my sore hands, took out 3 chapters from the manuscript I wrote today, threw them into the author's backstage, and set a scheduled release. Mu Chen raised a sly smile and muttered to himself at the computer screen, get ready for the pain. Full of middle school spirit. I saved the remaining manuscripts for future use, looked at the time in the lower right corner of my computer, relaxed, leaned back in my chair and took a deep breath. Finally done. The summer sun sets late, casting a fiery red sunset glow. Mu Chen stood at the door, not knowing how to face the landlord. After all, he had demonstrated what true manliness was in front of the landlord that morning. His stomach was rumbling. Mu Chen had just eaten some leftovers this morning, and he was already hungry as he had been sitting in front of the computer to update the files. He usually cooked for himself, but now there was another person in the room, and the noise of the pots and pans might be heard by the landlord. Mu Chen quietly opened the door a little and stuck his head out to take a look. The small living room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. At this point, Mu Chen couldn't retreat. He bravely opened the door and walked out. Looking at the master bedroom a few steps away, Mu Chen felt a little confused and couldn't calm down. Mu Chen was afraid that the landlord would suddenly show up, which would affect his apology plan. Mu Chen planned to cook a meal for the landlord as an apology. He had no money and was not good at speaking, so he could only rely on cooking to express his apology. He went into the kitchen and took out some meat and vegetables from the refrigerator. His refrigerator was really full. These days, whenever Mu Chen is free, he goes shopping and prepares food for several days at a time. As a stay-at-home guy and an online novel writer, he knows all these things by himself and has enough daily consumables. After closing the kitchen door, Mu Chen stopped working and tried not to make any noise. He prepared the meal quietly. There was no big fish or meat, just two simple dishes. He took the rice and steamed buns out of the kitchen one by one, and then took out two sets of bowls and chopsticks. After putting all the food on the small dining table, Mu Chen looked at the landlord's bedroom and felt troubled. Mu Chen had two choices before him. The first was to wait for the landlord to come out by himself, and the second was to go over and knock on the door now. Just as Mu Chen was stunned, the door of the master bedroom opened. Mu Chen was startled and quickly looked away. He sat up straight, his heart pounding wildly. Mu Chen didn't know what had possessed him recently. Every time he saw this cute landlord, he would unconsciously become nervous and lost all his usual calmness. Nervous. Mu Chen glanced at the landlord out of the corner of his eye. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that the landlord was staring at him with an inexplicable look. He didn't know how to describe this look. It was as if he had turned into a piece of meat and was being stared at by a cat protecting its food. The two of them seemed to be playing with statues, neither moving nor talking, and there was an awkward atmosphere in the air. Su Qingxue was indeed staring at him, feeling a little strange, and muttered in her heart, "Wooden. I had a sneaky look at her this morning, and now that the meal is ready, she doesn't even have the guts to talk to me." Thinking of what happened in the morning, two blushes immediately appeared on Su Qingxue's face. She clenched her fists in shame and anger, wishing she could enlighten this piece of wood in front of her. Mu Chen got goosebumps all over his body from being stared at. He really couldn't stand it anymore. He was numb. In this situation, he would rather catch a cold and have a fever than be stared at by the landlord like this. After a long silence, Mu Chen turned his head mechanically and said awkwardly, I've prepared the meal, let's eat together." Chapter 28. Yes, I know. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes and nodded in frustration. Forget it. It was really unrealistic to expect a piece of wood to come to her senses. Then he walked over with an expressionless face, sat opposite Mu Chen, served himself some rice and started eating. Mu Chen was stunned. He originally wanted to apologize while eating, but seeing the landlord's cold look, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. What else is there to say? He should not bring bad luck to her anymore. He will just compensate her later. As soon as Mu Chen figured it out, he felt hungry in his stomach. He quickly served himself a bowl of rice and started eating. The two men were silent, and in tacit understanding only picked up the food closest to them, which seemed a bit like the boundary between Chu and Han. The scene was weird for a moment. When the last rays of sunset faded, the small living room became dark. Mu Chen put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hands, looking at the food on the table speechlessly. Su Qingxue also sensed something, turned her head and smiled secretly. Her face became rosy again. Mu Chen didn't cook much, and the rice was swept away by the two of them, but the dishes on the table made Mu Chen feel troubled. Because the two of them had a tacit understanding of only eating the dishes on their own side, by the end of the meal, they actually left a dividing line on the plate. Mu Chen was a child from the countryside. He really didn't want to waste anything, so he wanted to clean it up, but he was too embarrassed to do so in front of the landlord. Mu Chen had nothing to be embarrassed about the empty plate action, but if he really ate the landlord's food, would it be considered an indirect kiss? He had just made a series of mistakes in the morning. If he was misunderstood by the landlord now, he would never be able to clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. He would have successfully evolved from a pervert to a pervert. Mu Chen was in a dilemma. He didn't want to eat it, but it was a pity to throw it away. The two of them looked at the leftovers on the table in silence. Finally, Mu Chen's face changed several times. He took a deep breath, reached out to take the plate, poured the food into his own bowl, and shoveled it all into his mouth like a whirlwind. Anyway, my image has already collapsed, so this doesn't matter. Mu Chen puffed up his cheeks and said to the landlord vaguely, "Damn, I'll be fine." Without waiting for Su Qingxue's reaction, he quickly piled up a few plates and ran towards the kitchen. Seeing Mu Chen like this, Su Qingxue was stunned, and for some reason there was a hint of joy in her heart. Her little face was flushed and her little heart was beating non-stop. Is this considered an indirect kiss? Su Qingxue pursed her lips for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. She suddenly felt that it would be nice if she could tease this piece of wood every day. Looking up at Mu Chen, who was busy in the kitchen, Su Qingxue suddenly felt empty inside. Because she was leaving tomorrow, Chen Dan almost scolded her to death on the phone today. She was a little reluctant. Ever since Mu Chen suddenly broke into her life, it was like throwing a small stone into the calm water, causing ripples one after another. She liked the surprises that Mu Chen brought her. Su Qingxue became lost in thought as she watched Mu Chen busying around. She couldn't tell how she felt about Mu Chen anymore. Did she simply like the surprises he brought, or was she attracted to him? I just feel comfortable with him, and I feel happy unconsciously. He rested his chin on his hand and watched Mu Chen busy in the kitchen, his mind gradually drifting away. Mu Chen shuddered in the kitchen and his scalp felt numb. Here we go again. That feeling of being stared at came back. Mu Chen felt a little helpless. This woman had been acting weird since the beginning. She was like a mosquito. Didn't I just look at her a few more times in the morning? Is it necessary to make such a fuss? Besides, I have obviously made an apology by cooking. Even if I didn't point it out explicitly, you should be able to feel his apology. Could it be that the landlord must ask him to apologize before he could calm down? Mu Chen was overwhelmed. I have to say that Mu Chen's thoughts are very straightforward. No wonder Su Qingxue always calls him a blockhead. After washing the plates and chopsticks and putting them away, Mu Chen shook the water off his hands, rubbed them on his clothes randomly, and made up his mind to take the initiative. An apology is no big deal. As long as the landlord is not watching him, he can do anything. Mu Chen's figure gradually became larger in Su Qingxue's eyes. Su Qingxue was completely immersed in her own world and had no reaction. She just stared at him blankly. Mu Chen was a little confused. He had been prepared for bad luck, but what was happening now? It was getting darker and darker. In the small living room, two pairs of eyes were shining brightly. They could only vaguely see each other's outlines as they looked into each other's eyes. Mu Chen looked at her in confusion in the dim light from the window. He wanted to speak several times, but when he looked at her pretty face, he was in a trance and didn't know how to speak. Somehow, he was infected by her and fell into depravity together with her. Su Qingxue's pupils gradually dilated, her heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly came back to her senses from her trance state, her pretty face turning a little redder. In the dim little living room, Su Qingxue didn't dare to move, pretending to know nothing, as if nothing had happened. She tried to stay calm, her chin propped up in a daze, but her chest, which was obviously rising and falling, betrayed her. With the cover of the dark night, Mu Chen did not notice her abnormality for the time being. Su Qingxue's heart was surging, her cheeks were burning, she could not stand this atmosphere anymore, and she said softly, "Is there something going on?" Su Qingxue's voice was very low, but Mu Chen still heard it. Mu Chen was startled, but also relieved. At least the landlord was finally willing to talk to him. Mu Chen hesitated, scratched his head, organized his words in his mind, and said, I'm sorry about what happened this morning. He has been targeted by the landlord twice. Although he has imagined whether the landlord has a good impression of him, when he thinks about it carefully, he is a lonely man with no money and power. Why would the landlord have a good impression of him? Even if you have a crush on him, you shouldn't stare at him so hard. That's an info. Mu Chen felt that Su Qingxue was not a crazy fan. She probably just wanted to stare at him until he felt embarrassed and apologized to her before she would let him go. He shook his head to get rid of all the distracting thoughts in his mind, and waited quietly for the landlord's next words. Now that he had apologized, he at least had to know whether the landlord forgave him or not. Okay, got it. Su Qingxue lowered her head, uttered these words, and then held her breath, looking a little nervous. No one knew what she was thinking. What does mean? Does this mean you have forgiven him, or not? Got it, what did she know? Mu Chen understood every word, but when he put them together, he was a little confused. What does it mean, got it? Chapter 29, Tigress. Mu Chen was confused by her. He hesitated for a moment and opened his mouth, but nothing came out. How could he say anything? The word landlord blocked his mouth and he couldn't continue the conversation. The atmosphere suddenly became tense again. Su Qingxue glanced at him secretly and muttered something, but no one knew what she was saying. Well, good night then. Although Mu Chen was puzzled, he didn't want to bother about it anymore. He didn't want to gouge his eyes out to apologize. Scratching his head, Mu Chen saw that the landlord was in a daze again and had no reaction. He felt that he had made himself look a bit ridiculous. He complained secretly, turned around, and moved towards the room step by step in the dim light. I'm leaving tomorrow. Mu Chen had just touched the door of his room, with a heavy stone in his heart not yet completely at ease, when he heard the landlord sitting there motionless in the dark little living room suddenly blurt out these words. Fuck! Mu Chen screamed, staggered and almost made contact with the door with his head. His heart was pounding wildly. He was really scared this time. When he was on Earth, Mu Chen was a staunch atheist. But ever since he was sent to this world by a kitchen knife, Mu Chen has been a little confused. After all, the things he experienced were beyond the scope of science no matter how you look at it. Mu Chen was originally concentrating on thinking about what happened today. He didn't turn on the lights. At this time, the landlord suddenly spoke like a ghost, which scared him so much that he was almost shocked. Su Qingxue was also startled and looked at him in confusion. She really couldn't understand why he reacted so strongly. Was she so scary in his heart? An evil fire gradually surged up, and the originally shy face was instantly covered with frost, and her pair of lively eyes seemed to have flames leaping up. She stood up angrily, slammed the table and shouted. Stinky wood, the rent will be doubled starting today. Su Qingxue glared at him fiercely, walked back to the room angrily, and slammed the door with force, making a loud noise. Mu Chen was completely stunned, watching her quickly walk into the master bedroom and slam the door shut. Call. After calming down for a long time, Mu Chen gradually came back to his senses and let out a long sigh. Since coming to this world, Mu Chen has developed a bad habit. He likes to sleep with the lights on, and he is a little afraid of those illusory ghosts. Although he is a man, no one says he can't be afraid, right? Just as he came to his senses, a huge question popped up in his mind. He would be the victim who would be scared tomorrow, so why was the landlord so angry and doubled the rent? Money is no longer a problem for Mu Chen now. The many readers of Fengyan Chinese website have already praised him to a very high level. As long as Mu Chen is willing, even if it is an advance on the manuscript fee, he believes that Fengyan Chinese network will definitely not hesitate and call him quickly. What Mu Chen is worried about now is how he had offended her again. He had clearly just apologized, and although the answer he got left him a little confused, he couldn't wait such a long time before venting his anger. Mu Chen stood at the door blankly, and carefully thought about what had just happened. That doesn't make sense. Staring blankly at the door of the master bedroom, Mu Chen muttered to himself unconsciously. Headache. Trying to figure out a woman's thoughts is more painful than a headache caused by a cold or fever. He can't figure it out. The most outrageous thing is that this woman actually started to give him a nickname, and it's called Wooden. Can't she give him a better nickname? Mu Chen walked into the room, lay on the bed, his mind racing, slowly closed his eyes, and a slight snoring sound gradually came. Su Qingxue was in the room, gritting her teeth and getting angrier the more she thought about it. She clenched her fists tightly and seemed a little helpless and furious. The pillow on the bed was trampled by her and the pillow core fell out. Is she a tigress? Is it necessary to react so strongly? She had never seen such a wooden person. Su Qingxue had originally had a good impression of him, otherwise she wouldn't have rushed back just because of a call from Fengyan Chinese network. In Su Qingxue's fantasy, she thought Mu Chen would develop a little affection for her because of her concern, but the reality was cruel. Not only did she not develop any feelings, but she also failed to figure out her position in the other person's heart. I am just wishful thinking, and she has no concept of being in love at all. This was the first time she had a crush on someone of the opposite sex, but it ended before it even began. She likes and loves singing. From the first day she heard the song sung by Mu Chen was like a spark in the dark wilderness, giving her a little warmth when she was in the most difficult time, so she developed a good impression of Mu Chen. She sniffed, trying hard not to let the tears fall, extinguished the unrealistic fantasies in her heart, and smiled bitterly. Touching my chest, feeling the emotions in my heart. Is this kind of pain the pain of losing love? That's not right. She doesn't seem to have started a relationship. Then where does this pain come from? I lay on the bed in a daze, thinking back on the experiences of the past 2 days, and felt so stupid. Taking the phone and looking at the message sent by Chen Dan, Su Qingxue felt that she and Mu Chen were completely unmatched. Chen Dan called her and urged her to go back quickly because there were new singers who were about to compete in the top 10 to 5 contest. Su Qingxue vaguely answered the question. He sent her a bunch of messages, asking her to get up early the next day and arrive on time for the singer's rehearsal with the new singer. Hugging the quilt tightly on the bed, Su Qingxue felt abandoned for the first time. Although she and Mu Chen did not have any close relationship, they were just ordinary friends, not even friends, but for some reason, a feeling of being abandoned by him lingered in her heart. I couldn't help but recall the first time I met Mu Chen, the first time I heard Mu Chen sing a girlish song, the first time I ate the meal he cooked, and his embarrassing moments. Tears rolled down her cheeks, as if she was throwing away her memories. She will forget this relationship that has never started. Su Qingxue lay on the bed mumbling to herself. Chapter 30. I have a headache, please take a leave. I have had a headache since waking up this morning. Chapter 31. Leaving without saying goodbye. No words were spoken that night. The next day, before dawn, Su Qingxue slowly opened the door of her room. She stood at the door and stared at Mu Chen's door in a daze for a moment, feeling a little lost. This experience of coming back was like a short-lived firework. Magnificent and tragic. She put on sunglasses to cover her red eyes, gently lifted the hair that was blocking her eyes, and her curvy body became upright again. The cold aura gathered around the body again and turned back to the way it was when Mu Chen first saw him. Proud and elegant. He raised his head and looked around the room, as if saying goodbye to someone, and an unconscious sneer appeared on his face, not knowing whether it was directed at himself or someone else. When her heart hardened again, Su Qingxue's eyes were completely devoid of lingering feelings. She turned around swiftly, took a step forward, carrying a small bag, and left without saying goodbye again. This time, there was no nagging urging from Chen Dan, no reluctance to leave, only shame and anger towards himself. Su Qingxue felt ashamed of herself for being so one-sided, and she was really afraid to face Mu Chen. Su Qingxue walked very quickly, resisting the urge to look back, and walked further and further away step by step. Mu Chen had a very restless sleep, and he didn't know if it was because he had just recovered from a cold and fever. He opened his sleepy eyes, threw back the quilt and sat on the bed in a daze. Mu Chen had a dream all night. The key point was that this dream was very strange. In the dream, there was an old man and an old woman, who looked ferocious. They tied him up, knelt on the ground, and started to beat him in the face, cursing at him while beating him. Mu Chen couldn't remember what he cursed specifically. He just vaguely remembered that the old man beat him and the old lady instigated him, saying that he was bullying their granddaughter. Mu Chen covered his face and felt it. It was not itchy, but he felt nothing and breathed a sigh of relief. This dream was so real that Mu Chen could still feel the pain of the old man slapping him on the face just thinking about it now. I'm a bit confused. Who the hell knows who their granddaughter is? Did you hit the wrong person? I moved my jaw, feeling that this dream was a bit strange. How could a otaku like me bully someone else's granddaughter? He shook his head somewhat depressed, and drove away all the random thoughts in his mind. Cook. Let us think of a way to calm the landlord down first. Although he didn't know what he did wrong yesterday that made the landlord angry and doubled the rent, the two of them didn't say anything and parted on bad terms. Although Mu Chen is not good at talking, he also understands the ways of the world. Since he can't coax the girl to calm down, he will take some practical actions. If one meal can't make her calm down, then 2 or 3 meals will do. As the saying goes, if you take someone else's money, you will be grateful. If you eat someone else's food, you will be soft-hearted. He doesn't believe that the landlord's heart is made of stone. Carefully opening the door, Mu Chen found the small living room quiet. He heaved a sigh of relief, tiptoed out of the room, washed up briefly, tried not to make any noise, and made breakfast efficiently and quickly. Thanks to the sufficient ingredients in the kitchen, this breakfast was really easy for Mu Chen. After all the breakfasts were served one by one on the small dining table in the living room, Mu Chen looked at the steaming breakfast, then glanced at the door of the master bedroom. For a moment, he was in a dilemma for the second time. After going around in circles, it seems we are back to the starting point, with still 2 choices. First, wait for the landlord to come out himself. Second, go knock on the door. Sitting at the dining table, Mu Chen was torn between his conscience and his desires. He struggled for a long time, and the breakfast on the table was getting cold. As the summer sun slowly rose, it shone through the balcony window into the small living room. The dazzling sunlight made Mu Chen blink unconsciously. Mu Chen felt that he could not wait any longer. He stood up and walked to the door of the master bedroom, took a breath, encouraged himself secretly, looked at his raised right hand, made up his mind and knocked on the door gently. Boom boom. Knock, knock. Mu Chen was puzzled and looked at the door of the master bedroom in surprise. Could it be that this door was so soundproof? He frowned, added some strength, knocked harder, and shouted at the same time. Landlord. Mu Chen knew the landlord's name, but he felt that they were not very familiar with each other, and calling him by his name would seem too awkward. After hesitating for a while, he could only address him by the clear relationship between them. Landlord. Boom boom. Mu Chen's shouting, accompanied by the sound of knocking on the door, echoed in the small living room, but no sound came from inside. It was quiet and motionless. Mu Chen was a little anxious, and he was worried about whether something had happened to her. Although humans are advanced animals, any strange accident could easily cause a person to lose his life. He had experienced this before. Mu Chen didn't care about much else at this point and prepared to force his way in. If the landlord was just sleeping soundly in there, the worst that could happen would be that he would be called a hooligan and kicked out. The worst that could happen would be that the landlord would call the police and he would be locked up for a few days. If something really happened to the landlord, then his forceful entry wouldn't be a problem. He first grabbed the door handle and pulled it down tentatively to see if it could be opened, but then something unexpected happened to Mu Chen. Crack! The door of the master bedroom opened automatically without any wind, and slowly widened from a crack. Mu Chen watched as a room full of cute and warm style slowly appeared in his eyes. A burst of elegant fragrance slowly emanated as the door opened. Achoo! Mu Chen rubbed his nose. It wasn't because he couldn't get used to the smell, nor was he allergic. It was just the after effects of a cold. When the doors gradually opened, Mu Chen was shocked. He did not even see the shadow of the landlord. The room was clean and tidy, with some unknown bottles and jars neatly arranged according to size. The bed was made without a single wrinkle, and the quilt was folded neatly, almost catching up with our army on Earth. Mu Chen stared blankly at the empty room, and he had an idea in his mind. It seemed that he had completely offended the landlord. The last time he left without saying goodbye, he at least left a note. This time, let alone a note, he didn't even leave a hair. Mu Chen's mood was fluctuating greatly at the moment. He closed the door and returned to the small dining table. Looking at the two breakfasts that were about to get cold, an inexplicable emotion slowly grew in his heart. Are you angry about the landlord leaving without saying goodbye? Not like. Do you regret not giving your landlord a sincere apology? That's not right either. Some people complain that the landlord has raised the rent. Not really. Mu Chen remained silent, asking himself questions repeatedly in his heart, trying to figure out what kind of emotion this was. Chapter 32. A little scared. After a long silence, Mu Chen gave up. He couldn't figure it out and felt his emotions were a little complicated. He sighed, and drove all the messy thoughts out of his mind. Then, absent-mindedly, he mechanically picked up the bowl to fill himself with porridge, picked up the chopsticks, and lowered his head to eat. After a while, Mu Chen patted his stomach and felt much better. After cleaning up the dishes, he looked at the room which had not been cleaned up due to the cold, frowned, rummaged through the drawers and found a cardboard box, put all the miscellaneous garbage in the room into the box, and slowly walked out the door, digesting it all. After all, this morning he cooked for 2 people. In line with the principle of not wasting food, Mu Chen struggled to stuff it into his stomach. He was really too full, so he had to move around, otherwise he would really get sick. After throwing away the garbage, Mu Chen strolled around the neighborhood for a few laps. Feeling exhausted, Mu Chen returned to his room, sat in front of the computer, shook the mouse, and woke the computer from sleep. The corners of his mouth unconsciously raised, and his originally depressed mood suddenly became better. Let me feel the reader's wailing. Looking at the computer screen, Mu Chen muttered to himself. He had not forgotten the development of the plot of Zhuxian. Since he set the scheduled release yesterday, Mu Chen had not paid attention to it. As the plot rhythm developed steadily, yesterday was the time when the popular character Bai Yao died. After a night of fermentation, Mu Chen estimated that his book review area must have been in an uproar. There's nothing he can do. It's just the coincidence of these readers. It's just that Mu Chen is a little narrow-minded. It's just that these readers invited the landlord here. It's just that these lovely readers jumped up and down in the comment section and teased him. It feels so good to stand on the shore and watch people struggling in the water. Although Mu Chen could be considered a person struggling in the water when he saw Bai Yao die on earth, he has climbed up now. The most important thing is that he is now the one pushing people into the puddle one by one. It is certain that he will be criticized. After all, the plot of Zhu's yarn unfolds slowly, and a lot of foreshadowing in the early stage is to let people feel what it means to be tortured to the bone when Bai Yao dies. After all, nothing in the world is truly perfect, and it is normal for a novel to have some flaws. Bang! A loud noise echoed in the quiet classroom. As a student who has just entered his third year of college, Li Jiang has to face the pressure of the college entrance examination all the time, but he is also a fan of online literature. When he is tired of studying, he usually reads novels to relax. He used to be a fan of Master Chuang. Ever since the confrontation between Master Chuang and the author of The Legend of Chusen, he has played a very active role, acting as a pioneer to cheer for Master Chuang and selectively turning a blind eye to the three supreme masters of Fengyun Chinese website who joined forces to suppress the author of The Legend of Chusen. However, ever since The Legend of Chusen overcame all obstacles and reached the top, setting a record of 1 against 4 and ranking first on 4 lists, he has been stunned. Not only was he stunned, the three supreme gods of Fengyun Chinese website plus Master Chuang also lost all their momentum, and one by one they shamefacedly issued separate apology chapters. From then on, Li Jiang tried to open Zhu's yarn and read a few chapters. Unexpectedly, the compact plot and wild imagination of Zhu's yarn made him fall in love with it all of a sudden. I studied too late yesterday and didn't have time to read the latest updates. Today during the break, I finally got some free time, so I took out my phone and wanted to relax. It doesn't matter if I see this, but before I can relax, my blood pressure has already risen. The loud noise just now was the result of his fist hitting the desk. Li Jiang was furious. In his opinion, he could not accept that the author of Zhu's yarn wrote about the death of Bai Yao. Zhang Xiaofan had a miserable life, and just when he saw a glimmer of hope, Bai Yao died. It would be better to let Zhang Xiaofan die. His life was bad enough anyway. Why did the crappy author sacrifice Bai Yao for him? Too much. Too much. Li Jiang, are you crazy? The students who had finally gotten some break were all startled by the loud noise he made, and all the girls glared at him. The boys looked at him in confusion, not knowing what was wrong with him. A boy next to him reacted and started cursing. He put on an embarrassed smile to the classmates around him, saying sorry over and over again, and finally managed to suppress his classmates' anger. But the more Li Jiang thought about it, the angrier he became. When he thought of the chapter of Zhu's yarn he had just read, he felt a fire in his heart that wouldn't go away. He held his phone tightly in one hand, veins bulging on his hand, and his facial expression changed color. This was the first time he had been so angry since he grew up, and he kept mumbling to himself like a madman. Li Jiang had just finished reading the latest chapter of Zhu's yarn and had just started to get angry, but other readers had already finished reading the latest chapter yesterday. Those with less temper could just curse a few words and then fall asleep, while those with more temper could not sleep at all. With Bai Yao's words, 9 netherworlds, all gods and demons, I will sacrifice my body with my blood, constantly circling in their minds. After overnight fermentation, Mu Chen opened his book review section and took a closer look. He was right. The book review section was completely blown up. The irritable readers directly started to greet all the female members of his family. Some thoughtful readers even asked Mu Chen in a roundabout way which city he lived in, saying that they wanted to give him some local specialties from their hometown. Mu Chen curled his lips and joked with an unhappy look on his face. These readers treated him like a fool and deceived him. They even gave me local specialties. I'll be thankful if you don't bury me in the ground. The address of the author of 10,000 yuan, if you know it, please send me a private message. Damn you, I'll give you an extra 10,000 and continue offering a reward. I have purchased a box of razor blades and am ready to ship them out. Please help, 2 great people above. Once the address is given, it will arrive at the writer's home on the same day. Damn it, the blade is cheap to the author. If I meet the author, I will throw his big ass against the wall, and I can't get it off even with my fingers. Don't be impulsive, the ruthless people above. I don't believe that the author would be so disregarding of the reader's opinions. He knew that this was a big poisonous point and still wrote Bai Yao to death. Maybe he was setting a trap and Bai Yao would be resurrected later. Wow, if this bastard author doesn't revive Bai Yao, I'll go to your grave first. Forehead. The corners of Mu Chen's mouth twitched unconsciously, his right hand holding the mouse trembled slightly, and his scalp felt numb. Fengyun Chinese website is really full of ruthless people. A little cold sweat appeared on his head, and the more he read the book review section, the colder he felt. It's really too scary. These people really did everything they could to find him. Mu Chen was really a little scared. Chapter 33, Shame on You. Mu Chen felt a little guilty, shrank his head and muttered. You can't blame me for this. Looking at the indignant readers in the book review section, Mu Chen felt that he would hardly see the next day. Fengyun Chinese website editorial department. Editor Chen Feng's little white teeth were almost broken by biting them. He was so angry with Mu Chen that he sat in front of the computer with a face full of resentment. Couldn't this crappy author just let him live a peaceful day? Could it be that I am really incompatible with the online novel circle? After going through so much hardship, I finally signed a dark horse, and I thought that this dark horse would lead me to the top. But I never expected that this black horse was so dishonest. Not only did he take off the bit and saddle, but he also kicked you everywhere. Looking at the latest chapter on the computer screen, I can hardly believe it. No wonder the readers are making a fuss. Heater simply wrote Biao to death. Although Biao appeared late, she gained a lot of popularity through Heater's description. I rubbed my eyes and read it again, wondering if I had read it wrong, if there was a bug in Fengyun Chinese website, or if Heater sent the wrong manuscript. After all, Heater is a new author, and he is not crazy or stupid, so why would he write such a poisonous point? 5 minutes later, Chen Feng's right hand holding the mouse trembled slightly, his eyes turned red, it was confirmed. He actually wrote Biao to death. Shock, disbelief, surprise, confusion, all kinds of emotions flashed through Chen Feng's mind. This is impossible, I must be seeing things, I'm still dreaming. Yes. Still dreaming. Chen Feng's eyes were dull and he kept mumbling unconsciously, repeating over and over again that it was a dream to comfort himself. Ding ding ding. The voice of PP suddenly rang out, interrupting Chen Feng's dazed state. He opened it and saw that it was the group of failed authors in his hands. Feng Da is really stupid, none of the authors he picked are reliable, and the only dark horse is about to run into the ditch funny. Don't say I'm strong. I'm strong enough to blow this dark horse up to the sky. Smile. Looking at the ridicule in the group, Chen Feng's face darkened. Although he knew that they were all funny and had no ill intentions, and were just taking revenge on him for showing off his Zhuxian results a few days ago, he still felt a little unhappy. He was so amused that he set the group so that no one could speak. Hey, it's not a dream. Chen Feng's fantasy was shattered after he stopped the authors from jumping up and down in the group. How he wished that this was a dream. Reread the plot of Biao's death in Zhuxian. Suddenly, the world suddenly became quiet, and even the earth-shaking momentum of the immortal execution sword formation was instantly silenced. It seems as if a voice that has been dormant for thousands of years has quietly sounded at this moment, singing softly for the beloved lover. 9 netherworld spirits, gods and demons of the heavens, I offer my blood and body as a sacrifice. I have to say that this part is thrilling and touching. The earth-shaking love curse and Biao who dared to block the Zhuxian sword formation for Zhang Xiefan seemed to appear in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng was filled with reluctance and grief, and he wanted to drag Heater to the editorial department so that he could immediately feel the enthusiasm of the editor of Fengyun Chinese Network. Watching this scene blankly, Chen Feng fell into a daze again. Good for a while. Chen Feng suddenly stood up, kicked the chair behind him back, and posed as if possessed, muttering something. 9 heavens mysterious break, transformed into divine thunder. The magnificent power of heaven, guided by the sword. Quiet. It was dead quiet. The clacking sound of the keyboard and the intermittent clicking sound of the mouse disappeared in the editorial office. Only the humming sound of the computer fans could be heard. Many editors of Fengyun Chinese website looked at him in amazement, not understanding what was wrong with him. After work today, many editors in the editorial department knew that the author of Zhuxian started to act crazy. He became arrogant after ranking first on the for lists and killed popular characters without even blinking an eye. Could it be possible that the author's seizure could be transmitted to the novel editor? A bold idea appeared in the minds of all the editors of Fengyun Chinese website. Many editors were all shocked and made a decision in their hearts. It seems that they can't just focus on the author's novel performance, but also have to keep up with the psychological construction. Otherwise, they will end up like Chen Feng. Who can they turn to for justice? Many editors looked at Chen Feng with pity. What a good kid, but he was driven crazy by a stupid author. For a moment, Fengyan Chinese website seemed to have stopped time. Many editors turned their heads to stare at him, wanting to see how crazy he was and whether he was aggressive. The editors who were closer to him all left a large space for him to move around, ready to take down Chen Feng as long as he made the slightest move. Embarrassed. Awkward. Chen Feng's cheeks were burning hot. In the huge editorial office, one could hear a pin drop. Chen Feng raised one arm to the sky, while the other arm was suspended in the air at his chest. Both hands were making the same hand gestures that often appeared in TV dramas. Regret is all. Chen Feng hates Mu Chen like crazy now. If he hadn't written such a plot that would anger God and people, he wouldn't have lost his temper. At that time, he was asking God to quickly send down a divine thunder to kill Mu Chen. But I don't know what happened, my mind was inexplicably controlled by Lu Zueqi's magic sword to control thunder. And then nothing happened. As a liberal arts student who just graduated, it's normal to still have some middle school aura. Comforting myself in this way, my eyes rolled around and looked around. Looking at the many old and new editors, all looking at him with strange expressions, he had already dug a hole deep in his heart, and all he needed to do was lie down in it and bury himself in the dirt. The society is dead. He has become famous on Fengyan Chinese website again. At this embarrassing moment, Chen Feng thought of running under the setting sun. That was his lost youth. Chapter 34, The Tree That Stands Out in the Forest. Mu Chen stared at the computer screen, sighed, and reviewed the plot of Zhuxian, feeling rather depressed. This is really unexpected news. When Mu Chen saw this, he felt as upset as the book fans in this world. Especially at the end of the original novel, only a bell and a piece of green clothes were left of Bai Yao, echoing between heaven and earth. Mu Chen felt unwell. This time, the transfer of Zhuxian was equivalent to letting him read it again. He felt nothing at the beginning, but when it came to the plot of Bai Yao's death and the exploding book review area, Mu Chen also felt a little bit of empathy. I feel a little regretful that he chose such a disappointing novel. The little avatar in the lower right corner of the computer kept flashing, and Mu Chen felt his scalp tingling. He didn't know what had irritated his editor today, and why he went crazy and sent him Lu Zueqi's divine sword and thunder control secret. The attitude was very unfriendly, even a bit nasty. Mu Chen was puzzled. It was understandable that many book fans could not accept Bai Yao's death, but as a professional of Fengyan Chinese network, would his novel editor also take up arms and resist him? Aren't novel editors and novel authors in the same group? If Chen Feng knew what Mu Chen was thinking now, he would definitely spit in his face. He was so exhausted today and was about to escape from this planet. Who the hell was in cahoots with you? Frowning helplessly, Mu Chen opened Chen Feng's chat window and looked at the rows of messages. 9 Heaven's mysterious blade, transformed into divine thunder. The magnificent power of heaven, guided by the sword. Headache. Mu Chen was speechless about his rather immature novel editor. If you have any dissatisfaction, please tell me. If you don't tell me, how can I make excuses? Of course Mu Chen knew that this middle school editor was sending him the secret of divine sword and lightning control, and it was him who was struck. Mu Chen admitted that Bai Yao was a very popular character, but she died in such a confusing way. Everyone would be depressed, but Chen Feng's acting was a bit too much. What Mu Chen couldn't stand the most was that the originally clear sky turned gloomy, and a gust of cold wind blew in through the window, and there was even a hint of wind and thunder. A chill rushed straight to the top of my head. Mu Chen shuddered and slowly turned his head to look at the sky outside the window. He is so scared. What if this magic sword's secret of controlling thunder really works? After all, such a strange thing as living 2 lives has happened to him once, so what else is impossible? Boom! A dull thunder exploded outside Mu Chen's window. Fuck! Mu Chen startled and threw their mouse in his hand far away. The computer screen was knocked askew and almost fell to the ground. Boom boom. Mu Chen's heart almost jumped out of his throat. On the crooked computer screen, the PP chat window and the divine sword and thunder control secrets appeared one after another. Mu Chen's face darkened, and he patted his chest to calm himself down. It's so fucking weird. Coincide? It must be a coincidence. Mu Chen muttered to himself. After a while, Mu Chen carefully straightened the computer screen, pulled the mouse over by the mouse cable, and breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was furious and wanted to curse. If the original owner had not exercised regularly and had a good physique, he would probably have reunited with the original owner's parents in the underground. An animal on earth called an alpaca is galloping in Mu Chen's heart. He gnashed his teeth and pulled over the keyboard, his eyes gleaming with fire, successfully transforming into a low-quality internet troll, his hands dancing on the keyboard, typing away at Chen Feng. %#. The ultimate bad breath, the ultimate enjoyment. With his hands moving very quickly, Mu Chen gradually suppressed his middle school editor, and his mood gradually calmed down from anger. Mu Chen was a little depressed. I was scared by the landlord yesterday, and I was scared again by his middle-aged editor today. Is it possible that this problem he has developed since his rebirth cannot be cured? If he keeps scaring himself like this, sooner or later he will scare himself to death, and then he will be a disgrace to all the reborn travelers. The most important thing is that he cannot be a bachelor for both his lives. In his previous life, he was sent into this world with a kitchen knife before he even got married. If he is scared to death in this life, it would be too unfair for him. Mu Chen felt a little depressed when he thought of this. It seemed that he had to find time to go to the hospital later. The chat box on the computer screen was silent for a long time. Mu Chen's evil fire in his heart disappeared. Looking at the foul-mouthed text messages he had sent, his face turned red and he felt a little embarrassed. However, Mu Chen did not plan to apologize to his editor. It was his fault that he was so bored that he kept teaching him the secret of divine sword and lightning control. Even if I don't scold him, I can't give him any good face. As a professional editor, Chen Feng can be ruined by the plot of a novel. This is totally unprofessional. No matter whether Chen Feng was broken by Yao's death or blamed himself for Mu Chen killing a very popular character, he should not keep posting messages about him on the screen. No matter from which perspective, Mu Chen felt that Chen Feng was a little unreliable. Ding ding ding. Mu Chen had just closed the chat window and was about to update today's manuscript, but he didn't expect Chen Feng's avatar to start jumping in the lower right corner again. Heater. Will be resurrected in the later stages. Why would you write such a popular character to death? Why would you have to write such a poisonous point? Why would you commit such a taboo in the online literature circle? How will the plot develop later? Looking at the chat window on the computer filled with questions like why, Mu Chen was helpless. His editor was just swiping the screen frantically and starting to ask 100,000 whys, right? Before Mu Chen could type a reply, the editor sent a long message. Heater, do you know that the book review section has exploded? Do you know that all the big and small authors on Fengyan Chinese website have started to criticize you? Do you know that I am so depressed today, woo woo? Forehead. Looking at the latest series of you characters on the chat window, Mu Chen didn't know what to say. How could he not know that Mu Chen was still running a book review section for Zhuxian? Those who liked Yao cursed at him, and other authors published individual chapters to criticize him. A long time ago, there were people who smelled the scent and came over, mixed in the book review section, and started to add fuel to the fire. Such people are indispensable in any world. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind embankment that is higher than the shore will be destroyed by the waves. As the most popular novelist on Fengyan Chinese website, he must face this kind of storm. Chapter 35, Hot Search Number 1. Click. Su Qingxue opened the door of the lounge with a cold face, obviously in a bad mood. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Chen Dan frowning and mumbling something. Su Qingxue was puzzled and slowly walked to sit next to Chen Dan. She saw Chen Dan holding a mobile phone, looking at it intently. Even though she sat next to her, Chen Dan still didn't react at all. Sister Chen. What's wrong with you? Su Qingxue pushed her cautiously, and the indifference on her face turned into worry. As he said that, he reached out and snatched Chen Dan's phone and put it aside. Why? Chen Dan turned his head to look at her, suddenly sighed, with reluctance in his eyes, and leaned back on the sofa with a sense of unsatisfaction. After a while, Chen Dan took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and said slowly, "How's the rehearsal?" Su Qingxue nodded and looked at her with a worried look on her face. She had never seen Chen Dan like this before. Ever since I met Chen Dan, she has always acted like a strong woman, as if nothing could ever be difficult for her. Even though she was hidden by the company, Chen Dan, as her agent, did not feel the same powerlessness as she does now. That's right. Chen Dan's current state is as if he was knocked down, highlighting a feeling of helplessness. Su Qingxue frowned. She really couldn't understand what Chen Dan was up to. Chen Dan has a happy family, and she is making steady progress among the new singers. Su Qingxue really can't figure out where Chen Dan's current feeling of powerlessness comes from. Sister Chen, what happened to you? As soon as Su Qingxue asked, Chen Dan opened his mouth and sighed again. It's so sad. Chen Dan never reads novels. Not only does she not have time to read as an agent, but he also has no interest in those online novels full of fighting and killing. But ever since his younger brother Chen Feng joined Fengyan Chinese website, he would recommend his contracted novels to her from time to time. But those novels were basically nothing to look at, some were discontinued, and she was a little worried whether Chen Feng could be competent for this job. But suddenly one day, Chen Feng confidently recommended a novel to her, and claimed that he could get a promotion and a raise with this novel. Chen Dan didn't believe it at the time, but she couldn't get rid of her brother Chen Feng's entanglement, so she just thought of it as supporting his work, so she forced herself to read it. Chen Dan didn't know much about online novels, and she didn't know which category to classify the novel recommended by Chen Feng. Open the first chapter at random, and it begins with "Heaven and earth are unkind and treat all things as straw dogs," which is quite grand. With each chapter, Chen Dan gradually immersed herself in it. From then on, no matter how busy she was every day, she would always take time to look through a few pictures. She sympathized with Zhang Xiaofan's experience, was amazed by Lu Zueqi's cold and elegant appearance, and was intoxicated by Bai Yao's courage to love and hate. But today, everything is gone. Now she just wants to drag the author of Zhuxian here and beat him up. My good mood today was completely ruined by this novel. He raised his head slowly, sighed again, and waved to Su Qingxue. Nothing, I just read a depressing novel. Novel? Su Qingxue frowned and looked at her speechlessly. When did Chen Dan develop a hobby of reading novels? What novel is so good? Seeing her expression, Chen Dan knew that Su Qingxue must be disdainful, otherwise she wouldn't have such a speechless expression now. Look what's hanging first on the scarf. In the past, Chen Dan, like Su Qingxue, had a dismissive attitude towards online novels. However, after reading the novel Zhuxian, Chen Dan's attitude changed completely. Su Qingxue frowned slightly and looked at Chen Dan with a pair of confused eyes. The topic change was too abrupt. Although she was dismissive of online novels, for some reason there seemed to be a voice deep in her heart telling her over and over again to take a closer look at online novels. She suddenly thought of her own small apartment, and it seemed that Mu Chen was also an online writer. She wanted to know more about online literature and didn't want to read the trending searches on Weibo. Thinking of this, Su Qingxue looked at Chen Dan again with curiosity in her eyes. Chen Dan was stunned for a moment, confused as to where Su Qingxue got such a strong desire for knowledge. But it's better this way. By dragging Su Qingxue into the trap, at least there is someone who can criticize this unfortunate author with her, so she doesn't have to sulk like this. She did it right away. The feeling of powerlessness all over Chen Dan's body quickly disappeared. No matter what, she was going to drag Su Qingxue into this trap of Zhuxian novel. Happiness should be shared with each other. He curled his lips, a sly look flashed in his eyes. I suddenly felt full of energy. I haven't had this feeling for a long time. It only happened when I was doing bad things to my classmates at school. He picked up the phone that Su Qingxue had put aside, opened the Fengyan Chinese website app, and then opened Weibo. Looking at the two words, Biao, that were ranked first in the hot search, a weird expression appeared on his face. Guess what's the most searched topic on Weibo right now? Social news? Or entertainment celebrity news? Su Qingxue raised her head and looked at her in confusion, not understanding why Chen Dan was keeping her in suspense. Social. Su Qingxue didn't want to guess at first, but she really couldn't bear to interrupt Chen Dan's energetic state. After all, although she looked like a strong woman, sometimes she still had to ask people for help for her. Wrong. Then. Celebrity entertainment. Although Su Qingxue was not a popular actress, she had been on Weibo's hot searches. She was already familiar with Weibo's hot searches. Apart from these two types of news hot searches, she had never seen any other hot searches. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, some earth-shaking event occurs in the international community. Har, none of them are right. The hot search on Weibo right now is about an online novel. Su Jingxue cooperated very well and made a surprised expression with her rosy little mouth open. Somehow, she suddenly thought of the novel called Zhuxian that she had seen in Mu Chen's room a few days ago. When Chen Dan placed the phone in front of her, she looked at the words Biao that were ranked first in the trending searches, and suddenly she lost interest. A strange thought came to my mind. Why isn't it Zhuxian? Su Jingxue shook her head and smiled bitterly, thinking that she was overthinking it. Although Mu Chen was talented, he was a new author, so how could he become so famous? Thinking of this, Su Jingxue's face turned red, her hands clenched tightly, and her eyes turned red. Why was she so disappointing? Why was she still thinking of him now? Chapter 36 Leave. Out of stock. Chapter 37 Founding a School. Boss, think of a way to appease him. Mu Chen stared blankly at the message sent by the editor in the computer chat box, and suddenly felt speechless. He had so many complaints that he didn't know who to talk to. He originally wanted to be the one standing on the shore, but he didn't expect that the people in the water were not very obedient and splashed water on him crazily. He was standing on the shore, but his whole body was wet. Appease. He used his head to comfort her. Readers requested changes to the plot and asked for Bai Yao to come back to life, but Mu Chen knew that only a piece of Bai Yao's clothes was left in the finale. As a porter, Mu Chen now admits that he does not have the ability to use his brain to change the plot. It's okay to ask for rescuing Bai Yao, as there was a scene of rescuing Bai Yao in the original plot, but wasn't it unsuccessful? For the first time, Mu Chen felt that the readers in this world were much more aggressive than those on Earth. They really dared to think and act, and were almost going to do things in a fancy way, even offering bonuses and rewards. Call. It feels bad to incur public wrath. Looking at the book reviews that offered a reward for his address, there were several thousand more reviews in the blink of an eye, and Mu Chen's temples throbbed unconsciously. If he were really found, Mu Chen believed that these book fans would not harm him. After all, most of them were black dogs online and big blacks offline. But what if one of these people becomes more serious? Locking him up in a small dark room would be the least of his punishment. With the popularity of Zhuxian in this world, it would be normal for one or two readers to be dissatisfied with Bai Yao's death. You should know that the two words Biao are still clearly ranked first on Weibo's hot search list. Countless people flocked to his book review section, leaving a sea of gossip. Some bloggers even explained the whole story to their fans, from how Mu Chen topped the newcomer list like a dark horse, to how he single-handedly defeated the three supreme gods of Fengyan Chinese website, plus the glorious record of a veteran god, which really added fuel to the fire of this incident. Even many authors of Fengyan Chinese website took up the banner and rushed to the front line, with single chapters pouring in like snowflakes. Mu Chen was a bit overwhelmed. You know, when he was fighting against For People Alone, many authors supported him. But it has only been a short time and they have all defected to him. If you want to recruit, you have to recruit. Mu Chen stood up and walked around in the hut, mumbling to himself. Mu Chen had already anticipated the current situation, but he never expected the pace to be so fast. The most important point was that these readers had such bad tempers. Yes, I got it. Before the whole circle was finished, Mu Chen's eyes lit up, he slapped his forehead and quickly sat in front of the computer. First, his hands clattered on the keyboard, and a hypocritical chapter gradually appeared on the computer screen. Hello everyone, I am the author of Zhuxian. I love Bai Yao more than anyone else. I know that the plot of Bai Yao's death is hard for some people to accept, but as a novel author, I cannot give up the subsequent excitement because of a plot. It's like the setbacks in life. You can't just keep crawling there after you fall. Regardless of whether you are crying for Bai Yao's death, or are heartbroken, or angry, I hope everyone will be calm first. As a fantasy novel, there will never be a lack of miracles or opportunities. The Harwan Bell is the miracle left for Bai Yao, and Zhang Xiaofan is Bai Yao's opportunity. Please stay calm and wait patiently for the miracle to happen. Click and send. This was the first move that Mu Chen thought of, cheat first. The second trick is to stir the water. However, Mu Chen hasn't figured out how to do it yet, but he has a general idea of the direction. The key point lies in this second move. If this second move does not work, then after he finishes writing Zhuxian, he will have to face the overwhelming rhythm. If he makes a mistake in operating it, he will become a rat crossing the street in Fengyan Chinese network, and everyone will shout and beat him. After thinking it over again and again, he shook his head to drive out all the distracting thoughts in his mind. He had just been joking with the editor today and had not updated a single chapter of the novel. Although he could use the saved manuscripts to make up for it, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. If the stock was used up, what if something delayed him? It would be another day before Mu Chen became the author, and the pace of these days seemed to be attracted to him, and people were looking for him instead of others. Countless readers were very excited. Seeing that Mu Chen had just released a single chapter, the book review section of Zhuxian was suddenly filled with joy. Because they won, Heater completely surrendered to the pressure exerted by the majority of book fans. As the most popular novel author on Fengyun Chinese website, as a strong author who dared to take on 4 people alone, they believed that as long as the majority of book fans were a little weak, Heater would definitely kill Biao completely. When the single chapter came out, they felt relieved but also a little embarrassed. After all, Heater wrote such a wonderful novel. Another thing that makes book fans happy is that Heater admits his mistakes and can correct them. The part about waiting for a miracle in the single chapter is also very good. They are just waiting for a miracle, waiting for the day when Biao and Zhang Xiefan meet again. I applaud and slap my hands in admiration. This reward alone is not enough to express my feelings. On behalf of all the book lovers, I reward Zhuxian with 10,000 Fengyun points. Clap your hands in admiration, clap your hands and stand up. This reward is not enough to express my feelings. Wanhai rewards Zhuxian with 10,000 star coins. Whether it is the earth or this world, there is never a shortage of flatterers. This is the reason why, as long as people from all walks of life can serve the sponsors well, the sponsors will definitely not be stingy with rewards, just like at this moment. After Mu Chen published a single chapter, he turned a deaf ear to the outside world and sat in front of the computer to concentrate on typing. However, his book review area did not become quiet at all. The afterglow of Bai Yao's death had not yet dissipated, but the rewards were coming quietly like snowflakes, and one after another, the rewards appeared on the homepage of Fengyun Chinese website. Backstage of Fengyun Chinese website. Many editors gathered behind Chen Feng once again, staring blankly at the red pieces of Zhuxian. They felt jealous, envious, shocked, and jealous. All kinds of emotions flashed through their minds of these editors. Why not me? Why didn't I sign it? Why didn't I get such a shitty luck? Many editors clenched their fists, gasped, and looked at Chen Feng with red eyes, wishing they could make a close contact with Chen Feng with their fists. God is so unfair, why didn't I encounter this? One of the female editors was about to cry. She remembered that she had clearly seen this novel on the backstage of Fengyun Chinese website. She had missed it at that time because she didn't understand what it said. Now she was regretting it so much. It's not that what he wrote is incomprehensible, it's clearly written with the intention of establishing a new school of thought. She can now foresee that when Zhuxian is completed, countless authors will rush to study this genre of fantasy and cultivation. Fengyun Chinese website now has one more genre.